All right, for anyone who's here, we're testing out this live stream stuff and seeing what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. This stuff is quite crazy, and it looks like some wild stuff is happening right now. Wow, 51 people. Okay, cool. So some people are here. So I haven't really live streamed before, guys. I want to live stream today because some really ridiculous stuff is happening right now. Futures are going to be absolutely crazy tomorrow morning. The stock market might have its biggest drops that we've ever seen in a lot of days. Russia has officially invaded Ukraine. Let's play a little bit of this. You guys can chat, right? The chat is working. Yes, the chat is working. Okay. This stuff is crazy right now. Let's look a little bit of analysis. I'm going to start talking in a second.
For the past few weeks, how this would go down, that it would start with cyber attacks. We are hearing there are cyber attacks already beginning in Ukraine. Then we would have missile strikes, aerial strikes, and Russian troops moving forward. Again, we don't know exactly where those Russian troops will go, what they will do, how or when or if they will attack Kiev. But it is something we're standing by for at the moment, David. Again, no sounds here yet of any sort.
So this stuff is kind of wild, what's going on right now. I don't know what you guys are seeing, but the stock market is likely not going to be friendly tomorrow. I'm trying to get some real good updates on what's going on specifically with some news sources. Let's go to CNN. Let's see what they have going on right now. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this happen. I have never seen something like this happen. So Putin has officially declared on Thursday a military operation in Donbass, the separate held region of Ukraine, where he declared as independent this week. Now, this is really important to understand. I did a video about this a while ago, but Donbass and another region, the LPR and the DPR, are two different regions that were part of the part of Ukraine. We're going to talk about Palantir in a little bit, because the funny thing is, it actually does really help Palantir. These two different regions were basically regions that were not supposed to be affected with, right? They were basically in a neutral part of the world for the past 8 years. Putin declaring that he recognizes the sovereignty of these regions gives him the pretense to be able to go into Ukraine and basically say, hey, Ukraine, you can't treat these regions in a bad way. And basically use that as like a precedent to declare war on them. It's absolutely insane mind games, and Putin has gone on for it. Earlier Thursday, Ukraine's president made an appeal for peace to Russian citizens. He also tried to call Putin on Wednesday night, but was unsuccessful in doing so, and as a result, we have some major issues going on. Let's go into Twitter. There's some pretty big updates and stuff happening on Twitter. I actually really do enjoy following some of the stuff that's happening on Twitter, because I end up following a decent amount of people that know what's going on. So Market Rebellion, this is one of the accounts that I try to look at. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong, but some of the stuff they're doing bad. Let's look at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin is not doing well. Crypto crashed on this news immediately. As you can see, we at $35,363. So we were at Bitcoin throughout the day, really at 36.37. If you look at the 1 month chart, we were at 44 at a high just 8 days ago. So Bitcoin is now down to 35,000, dropping almost $9,000, about 3.5% over the past month. Now, why is crypto reacting to this news like this? Crypto is acting like the stock market. Everyone who says crypto is a hedge for inflation, not really, because the people who are owning crypto and these speculative types of assets like NFTs also own growth stocks and NASDAQ types of stocks, right? And those people are going to sell off these stocks just like other people are going to sell off these stocks. So crypto is not really a hedge against what's going on right now. And as we can see, crypto as a result is doing that. Current futures, this was updated 16 minutes ago. The S&P is down 74 points. The Dow is down 485 points. The NASDAQ is down 285 points. This is happening right now in real time. In regards to what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. Now, what is a future? A future is basically a explanation for what's going to happen in the stock market tomorrow. Basically, these things sell off or go higher based upon news that happens outside of the market and outside of market hours. It is not looking like there's going to be a good market tomorrow. That's likely not going to be happening. Now, some other things I wanted to talk about is that explosions are being heard. There's been some reports that there's like fire going on in some of the cities in Ukraine. I don't know if these necessarily are true or not. We're going to have to figure those out. But there's different videos across different tiles. I want to find the best news sources that I can find while we're on this call to sort of figure out some of this stuff. So let's see what we can find. Kiev is under attack. Europe is under attack. Democratic Liberty is under attack. Tommy says, "Calm down. See this before." Look, I don't necessarily know if we've seen this before. This is a this is a little bit rougher than what we've seen before. And let me know, guys, if the volume and stuff is okay on this. We're gonna get into some more stuff. Let's go back to this video. Let's watch a little bit more of it and keep going from there. There's live updates on ABC News.
Particular time period, given that whether national corporation, that is what Vladimir Putin has sought to do for years, and he's done that because he wants to divide his enemies in order that he can carry out his objectives. And we heard in that statement he gave earlier today that word denazification, a loaded comment there, very similar to the words he's been using around what he believes to be happening down in the eastern part of Ukraine. This word genocide, he's used it time and time again. This is about appealing to his people, to say to them, this is not an offensive war, this is a defensive war. We are saving people in the Donbass. And he's warned off other foreign elements. He's saying to the rest of the world, don't come anywhere near us because we are in the process of saving the people of eastern Ukraine. Obviously,
that's a good point right there, right? So Putin sees himself as this visionary leader that's basically going to say we are trying to save Ukraine and even decommunize them. I mean, we're going to watch some videos in a little bit about what Putin's aggression and tone is, but this guy is kind of crazy, to put it bluntly, and he is making his point very clear. Now, is he launching a full-scale invasion into Ukraine in which, like, the entire country gets taken over? No. But this is not good, what he's doing, especially if there's certain parts that they're getting into Ukraine. Ukraine, it's 5 a.m. in the morning right now, so that's why everyone's keeping a watch eye on what's going on.
These comments bear no relation to what is actually happening in that country, but this was a message squarely for his own people. We just heard President Zelensky in Ukraine appeal to the Russian people, or Putin has done the same to his own people now. And we just have to see just how far he wants to go into the country. He said he doesn't want to occupy the Ukrainian territory. That was one of the quotes from the speech he gave. What he believes that to mean, we will wait and see, because of course he doesn't really believe that Ukraine should exist. He would.
All right, we're gonna go to this news, Fast Stock News. I'm looking at it in the chat. You guys said to go to that account. Let's look at their account. We're gonna talk about what this means for Palantir in a bit, because to be honest, guys, it's actually pretty good for Palantir, as bad as that sounds. But hey, that's why we're invested in this company, because when bad things happen, this is what happens. Okay, here's a cluster feed of live streams of various cities in Ukraine. Let's look at this. Live multicam, Ukraine.
We can't just sit idly by. It would be completely irresponsible
He's translating Putin. Let's look at this for like 2 minutes, then we'll move on.
for us. Further deployment of NATO infrastructure and the...
Okay, it's actually not showing anything that important, but let's keep going through this feed. Treasury 5-year-old drops 10 basis points as Russia to enter. So Russia is entering Donbass, guys. Russia is not entering the crazy, like, parts of Ukraine that are like, this is an independent part of Ukraine, right? Yeah, so Donbass is not main Ukraine. Main Ukraine is Kiev. Donbass is part of the Russia-Ukrainian war. 2014, they were really separated from the main region. So this is a little bit different. So like he's invading a part where he knows that he's going to get the least pushback on. And even the sanctions that we're putting on Russia right now are not that bad, right? We're putting sanctions on parts of Russia that we don't even do business with. Now, why is this important? The EU cannot sanction the crap out of Russia because the EU gets 50% of their oil from Russia. So it's like really important to recognize that because the EU gets 50% of their oil from Russia, Russia's in a very strategic position because they can be like, if you sanction us, you don't have oil. You will be cold this winter. So like sanctions are bad economically because the country gets their economy gutted. This is why North Korea has their entire economy sanctioned by most of the Western world, because we're like, hey, you guys commit human rights abuses, like we're not going to do business with you, which is why North Korea's economy sucks. That's why they can't really develop a nuclear weapon every time they think they can develop a nuclear weapon, or they say they will, because they don't have the money to do so. But Russia's in a much better position due to their oil oligopoly, so that's not necessarily the same thing here. I want to see if I can make my photo main screen. How do I do this? Is that it? Are we main screen now? Let me see. Let me make sure. Sorry guys, bear with me here. First time I'm doing this, just making sure. I'm looking at the chat real quick at my main screen. Hold on, I'm looking at my live chat. There we go. Yes, I am main screen. Very cool, very cool. Okay, let's look at some of the chat. No invasion yet. Salvador 456. No, there's not an invasion yet, but there is a invasion of parts in Donbass, which is the part of Ukraine that, to be quite frank, no one in the world cares about, right? It's a part that's been basically in a civil war for the past 8 years, which sucks, but nonetheless, it gives Putin the ability, especially because he recognized them as a own separatist region, to be able to do what he wants. Want to stick it to Putin, buy electric vehicles. Carrie, that's a good point. The problem is you need oil to make a lot of those electrical vehicles. So regardless, oil prices going up is not a good thing at all. Well, Crimea was separated in 2014 because Russia took it. What's happening now is what happened in 2014. So this is a good point, right? For those who don't know what happened in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. I always say it wrong. Crimea. It's Crimea. Because they annexed Crimea from that part of Ukraine, they basically stole a part of Ukraine and said this is part of Russia. Now, a lot of the people in Crimea, which is why Putin was able to do this, wanted to go back to the glory days of being Russian. If you look at some of the videos from those locations after the invasion happened, or the annexation happened, a lot of those people were happy to be in Ukraine, in Russia. They were happy to identify with the nationalist ideals of Russia. They were so happy to get their passports to turn from Ukrainian into Russia. The United States sat back and let them do that. And all of NATO, to be honest. And you can't really blame them, because what were you going to do? Launch a nuclear war over Crimea? Like, you were probably not going to do that. So I don't fully empathize with the statement that we let Putin do it, because, what were we going to do? Were we going to launch a full-scale war? Now, the problem is, what is Putin doing now? Because if he's going after Donbass and the other region that he officially declared are separatist regions, and he's going to full-on invade them, I don't think we're going to do anything about that. Because what are we going to do? We're going to get into a war with over these two regions that no one cares about. And I'm not saying that because they're not important, but the world has shown they don't care about these regions, which is why we've left them alone for the past 8 years, basically in a civil war. It's a very tricky situation right now. NASDAQ on Bear, he's officially a war criminal. Palantir $5. Okay, let's talk about Palantir. So we want to talk about Palantir, right? Let's talk a little bit about Palantir. Now, I want to pull up this article, or this quote that I got. Where is this quote? Where is this quote? Where is this article? Oh, yes, I just got this article. Let me show it up real quick. Let me actually show my Twitter. So let's get this thing to be back to normal. The screen. All right, let's go to Twitter. I want to show a message from this guy right here. Yes. So NBC News. Let's look at this message, guys. Officials believe Russian President Putin was surprised by the amount of intelligence and information that the U.S. had gathered about Russia's threat to Ukraine, and was not prepared for the Biden administration to make so much of that information public. This is actually really cool, right? That we're gonna read this article. This is actually really cool. The reason this is cool is because there is one fundamental question that we have to answer: who is giving this information? Right? I mean, officials believe Russian President Putin was surprised by the amount of intelligence and information that the U.S. had gathered. Intelligence and information means that there are institutions within the federal government that are gathering more information about what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And this makes sense because Biden even said a couple of days ago that he expects Russia to fully invade, which is what they're doing right now. Now, again, they're doing the part of the region that, again, I hate to say it, but no one cares about too much. But nonetheless, right, he expected this to happen. How did he have this information? Well, I mean, I hate to speculate like crazy, but it's I don't know what other technology platform we'll go back after this advertisement ends. It was other than Palantir. I mean, I would assume it would be a technology like Palantir. I don't know what other country or what other institution is doing that, or what other technology they're using to do that. Now, obviously, the federal government has tons of CIA and intelligence tools, but what is the main source of technology that's ultimately being done at scale to get this done? All right, let's look at this video.
The attack seems particularly high today. Can you walk us through how the president is spending his day, how his security team is spending the day?
It's 1 minute and 50 seconds. I'll be right back.
Doing anything in these what could be these final hours before an attack, if that's the case?
Well, I've seen the reporting on this, but let me be very clear. We have been saying for days that Russian military forces are in an attack position. That has not changed. They are capable of operationalizing at any point in time. We are in constant contact with the Ukrainians about their positioning, about their capacity and capabilities. We're not predicting a day, a moment, or an hour. That has been our assessment and what we've been communicating with the Ukrainians for some time now. Let me tell you, though, something else that we're also seeing or assessing right now. We believe, obviously, we've laid out a game plan that we believe that President Putin has been implementing over the course of the last several weeks, if not longer. It's clear, and what our assessment is that President Putin did not expect the United States to have the level of information.
Right there. They did not expect the level of the United States to have this information. For someone who's saying, why do you trust NBC News? Guys, let's please not do that. That's ridiculous. This is the White House. You can say, why do you trust the White House? But just because you're getting the information from NBC or CNN, like, that's kind of childish, right? Like this is just the news.
That we have. Did not expect us to put out this amount of information that we have put out. Did not expect the global community to be as unified, including in how unified the global community was in putting out the sanctions yesterday. And what we're seeing now.
So the unification approach is the big thing, because every major NATO country came out yesterday and put out sanctions on Russia. So that was a unified approach. If that's a unified approach, that means they all had to know at a certain moment when to put on the sanctions, right? When was Russia going to do something that warranted a level of universality in terms of their sanction strategy, which at that point means that maybe there was some intelligence that the United States got that it was able to give to its allies. Who gave the United States that intelligence? Maybe it's Palantir, maybe it's someone else, but obviously very interesting to understand.
Our assessment is that he is improvising, adapting, and we're having to respond and adapt his own actions to as we are responding to him. So we don't have a new assessment. I will tell you that what the president is doing is what he has been doing for several days now, which is continuing to meet and engage with his national security team. Obviously, he had a PDB this morning, and he will receive regular updates from his team.
All right, so that's the stuff that's going on there. Let's go back on Twitter. Let's see what we're hearing. From what's going on, we have what is it? Fast Stock News. That was the account. Let's go to that account real quick. That's an important account. There we go. Fast Stock Market News. Ukrainian official: Kiev has been targeted by missile strikes. What the heck is going on? Hold on. There's an explosion video. Let's go to this. Okay, that's not good. That is massive explosions hit the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol. What the heck is going on? Series of explosions heard in Belgorod province of Russia. Reuters. Fire in Kharkiv. All right, let's go to this one that they said. Kiev has been targeted by missile strikes. Wall Street Journal. Let's go to the Wall Street Journal. Let's see what's going on right now. Bombing in Kyiv, dude, this is crazy. Yeah, guys, I haven't seen anything like this happen before. I don't know how old you guys are, how many stuff you've lived through. I was really young when I was really young when 9/11 happened. I'm not saying this is at the level of this, but this is bad. Like, this is not good. Putin announced a special military operation in eastern Ukraine. Okay, let's go to what's the latest updates. Let's click on, usually they have, oh, here we go, latest updates on the conflict. All right, we're going to open up a bunch of news sources. If anyone has any ideas of what to open up, I'm going to go to New York Times, Wall Street Journal, whatever ones you guys think are the best ones to open up. We can open up Fox as well if you guys want to do that. I don't think too many of these news sources are necessarily lying. They're just reporting. It's not opinion stuff. It's more journalism of just like what's going on right now. So that's why we're looking at all these sources. Okay, 1 minute ago, Putin announced a special military operation in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a similar special military operation in Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. This is what we talked about in the beginning. In a move he said was aimed at protecting civilians. So again, guys, this is his point. He wants to say that he's protecting people, and he's declared this region as a separatist region. Therefore, he has the precedent to protect them. In reality, that's nonsense. That's not what he's doing. In a speech, Mr. Putin said that the goal of the operation, and by the way, he gave a speech like 20 minutes ago, so this is the latest stuff. The goal of the operation is to protect the Donbas region, which includes the separatist areas. That's the big point. We cannot forget about that part. He said that the military operation follows appeals for help from leaders of the Russian-controlled breakaway regions. On Wednesday, those leaders asked Putin to assist in repelling aggression from the Ukrainian armed forces in order to avoid civilian casualties. So these two separatist regions, it's really important to understand. These two regions, they don't want to be under Ukrainian control. That's the big thing. And because they don't want to be under Ukrainian control, they're using this opportunity to get the support of the Russian military, which is obvious because if you could be partners with a dictatorship, you have their support. This is the reason why some countries in the world don't want to be part of NATO. They want to be part of Russia and China because they think Russia and China have way more power. As a result of that, when you're part of Russia, and we're talking about these separatist regions that were declared officially separatist 2 days ago, now they have the backing of the Russian military. And when you have the backing of the Russian military, you get stability, you get economic relief, you get support, you get all of these different things that Ukraine wasn't giving you because of a variety of different reasons, which happened in 2014. As a result of that, that's why these regions are happy that Russia is helping them. So the Russian state media is likely saying, we're not invading Ukraine. We're not invading the Donbass region. The Donbass people, that's a separatist region, wants us to come in and help. So it's kind of like if a region wants you to come in and help, it's like you're opening the door for them, right? They say, knock, knock, who's there? Russia. All right, come in. It's not Russia barging through the door, but obviously, it is kind of Russia barging through the door based upon how they're instituting this stuff for the entirety of Ukraine to make them unstable. But that's not how it's going to be perceived from Russian media. Let's look at some comments. Ben Young, so my portfolio is going to be red again. Yeah, tomorrow's not going to be the best day for stocks. Today was pretty bad. Let's look at Palantir's price today. The price action of actually, let me open up Webull. I have Webull on this computer. Let me open it up and we'll look at that and we'll look at everything else. Let's look at some other comments. Futures dropped more. Yeah, futures are not good. Davi, you're the man, Amit. Appreciate you, Davi, for being here. Amit, I'm sorry you're about to witness a mass casualty event. There will be a lot of death, but it will be contained more than likely. We're going to see what happens, guys. I mean, if this gets really bad, who knows if the United States intervenes? Like, I don't know. This is gonna be pretty interesting to see what goes on. All right, let me open up Webull real quick and get my charts out, and let's go through some of the stuff that's going on in the actual stock market right now. So let's put myself lower. Okay. So if you look at Palantir, here we are. We're ending the day really at around this 10:30 mark. And this is, so what we hit our all-time low today, right? So basically after hours, we got down to about 10:13 or 10:14. That's where we ended the day. Our 52-week low was officially today at 10:14. Palantir, could it drop lower than 10:14? Very, very possible. The question is, ultimately, is this market sell-off going to happen tomorrow as a result of Russia-Ukraine? And leave your comments in right now on why the market would sell off, because there is a world in which the market actually buys the news on this. And we'll talk about that in a second. But a lot of crazy things can happen given what's going on with stocks. Now, even though the situation might be good for Palantir, that doesn't matter because, that would be behind the scenes, not necessarily what's going on in the market, not necessarily how the market would reward it. Bitcoin, you see here, we got to a low of about 34,801. 34,801, we're getting a green candle. We're coming up right now. Now, for Bitcoin enthusiasts, the question is, how does this affect Bitcoin if Russia were to have a global takeover? Again, I'm not sure. Leave your comments because the way I've been seeing Bitcoin and crypto react to this stuff is just like the NASDAQ and growth stocks. Bitcoin is not acting like some major special thing. I mean, think of when Bitcoin got up to 69,000, 6-7 months ago. Palantir was at $45 when that was happening, right? So Bitcoin was performing with the market. So it makes sense that Bitcoin is dropping with the market. Now the question is, is this dip going to get bought on Bitcoin? That's the really important thing to understand here, especially by Bitcoin enthusiasts. If the dip is going to get bought, then there's a better chance that this could be sort of a coupling as a bottom. We haven't gone below 30,000, I think, in the past couple months. Let me look at the chart. I mean, if we look at some of these charts real quick, Bitcoin has been relatively good above 30,000 over the past month. As you can see here, we've been stuck in this area around here. 32,000. Look, so our lows we got to 32,000, 31,000. But ever since then, it's been pretty decent at the top. So crypto is going to be interesting to see how crypto plays out. Obviously, crypto reacts much more volatile than the rest of the stock market because it's going on right now. So it's just important to sort of analyze how crypto is going on. Let's read some comments. Did you see Meet Kevin's video on Palantir? Yes, I'm doing a video tomorrow reacting to Meet Kevin's news. I can talk about that in a second. And then we'll get back to Russia. Let's read a couple more comments. I have a limit buy at $9.99. I don't know if we get lower than so. I had a tweet today. Do you think we hit single digits tomorrow on Palantir? And someone said, no, we hit triple digits because it's going to be like 9.99. So it's like, well, yeah, that's definitely triple digits. Not the type of triple digits we want, though. Global Russian takeover, bro. I am not high enough. Steven, imagine if you were high right now, guys, with all this happening. Like imagine you were just like high off your mind right now with all this stuff happening right now. This is like this would be kind of crazy, or drunk or anything like that. Russia produces more oil than the Saudis. Jamil says that is correct. Your first live show. Yes, Murball, thank you for being here. Russia was literally pumping Bitcoin on the RT channel just a few days ago. The RT channel, I'm assuming that's Russian state media, right? Yeah, that's wild. Okay, let's talk about some of Meet Kevin's thoughts, and then we are going to get it back into Russia because this stuff that's happening is absolutely insane right now. So Meet Kevin I'm not going to play the video. We don't have to play the video. I'm just going to put him on as the screen because why not? We might as well, given we're talking about him. By the way, you guys notice his backgrounds, the green backgrounds? I kind of like them. It's a green background. It's a nice background. So this is the video where he talked about Cathie Wood and Palantir, and he made some pretty decent points. So this is the video. If anyone wants to go see it, you guys can go check it out. I'm gonna do a full reaction video to it tomorrow. What did he say about Palantir? One of the main things he said about Palantir is that he was trying to analyze why Cathie was selling it off, right? And the sort of logic behind why Cathie was selling it off was that if there is a world in which the growth concern of Palantir, or the growth level of Palantir, is below 30%, then that doesn't classify as a high growing growth stock for the ARK Innovation Fund, because I'm assuming they want growing compounded annual growth rates of 30%. Now, what Kevin did was really interesting. He said if you take out the SPAC revenue in their last Q4 earnings, where they grew 34%, it's actually 26%. Now, 26 is not that far from 30, but nonetheless, it's below 30%. If Cathie Wood believes that all the SPACs are going to crap, then that means that it's unlikely that she should hold the stock, because all the SPACs are going away, which means Palantir's like strategic ability to buy growth from those SPACs to inflate its numbers is not going to be that relevant anymore. Now, he also made a point in that video that the SPACs are actually a pretty good idea, and like it's likely not like those SPACs are not going to crap. Now, are those SPACs at $2, $3 at a high from $11? Yes, but that is a macro level concern. Black Sky, which is Google Earth on steroids, Atherent, one of the best digital advertising tools, Cellularity, an amazing biotechnology company, Wejo, we know about that, Box, these companies, freaking Tritium, that just unveiled a new plan to release electric charging stations in Nashville, Tennessee. These are good companies, and I don't see these companies going away. Do I see all 14 SPACs going to the moon? No, but I see a decent amount of them generating a significant amount of revenue for Palantir, which means it's unlikely that the SPAC was the reason for why Cathie sold off. So then you get to governmental revenue, and Kevin's whole analysis also was that they have a lot of time to go to get more governmental clients. So he was confused, just like all of us are confused. And one of the reasons I trust Kevin on this is because he started covering Cathie when Cathie became Cathie in February 2020 or March 2020. So he's probably done close to 200-300 videos analyzing everything she said. So if he can't figure out why the hell this woman took a $380 million loss on Palantir, then it's going to be difficult for most people to try to analyze that. And that's why we got to get some answers from ARK on just like what's going on and why is this happening. All right. Also, I agree, not high enough for this. All right, let's go back to Russia. Futures are dropping down even more. Let's go back to what's going on. I think her market thesis from a macro perspective was off. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. Let's go back to this Twitter account. By the way, if people are not following me on Twitter, @AmitIsInvesting, cover stocks and tech on my YouTube channel. Do you guys like this banner? I think it's a cute banner. We might change the banner soon, but I think it's a cute banner. Definitely go check me out on Twitter. We follow the market the entire day and try to make sense of what's going on. All right. Ukraine asks Russia to give up presidency of Security Council. What does that mean? I don't know what the hell that means. Presidency of Security Council. All right, we'll get back to that. Din Repo under attack. What the hell? All right. Din Repo under attack as well. Din Repo. What? Okay, let's look up Din Repo on the Ukrainian map. DNIPRO Ukraine. Where is that? I'm part of the map. Din Repo. Okay, so this is Ukraine. So this is Crimea. This is the part that was annexed. Kiev, this is, I believe, the capital of Ukraine. I might be wrong on that, but I believe. So Mariupol is where we heard another bomb. Okay, so this makes sense, guys. So these two regions right here, Luhansk and Donetsk, these are the two separatist regions that were declared by Russia 2 days ago. Mariupol is where we heard another bomb that this account, which is one of the most trusted accounts, was able to say. So as a result, it makes sense for there to be a bomb right near these two regions. And now the other one, guys, they're talking about is Dnipro. Look at where Dnipro is. Dnipro is right there. Dnipro is not that far. Again, Luhansk and Donetsk. These are the separatist regions that Russia is invading right now, theoretically, because they declare them as separate. And these two regions want Russia to come in. They want to go away from Ukraine. The two bombings were near Dnipro and Mariupol, which is literally right near Luhansk and Donetsk. So, like, it makes sense that we're hearing those bomb attacks come from there. Klasovia, Russia has confirmed a war on Ukraine. Okay, let's Google this name. I don't know what this name is. Who is this person? Oh, Serge, the permanent representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, has said that Russia has declared a war. Wow. Wow. Ukraine closes sky for passenger flights? What? People can't fly into Ukraine anymore? Well, I mean, I don't know if you would want to fly into Ukraine anymore, but let's look this up as well. Let's get some new live news. Let's watch a little bit about what's going on here. Let's see what people are saying. This is ABC.
So I would be making it clear to the Ukrainian government that we're strongly supporting them. We support their sovereignty. We support their right to fight back. We have been providing weapons and ammunition, training, and equipment, and we will continue.
The diplomatic way forward in vain.
Putin gave that
guys, this seems like the best one that's breaking news right now. Let's look at this for a little bit, and then we'll talk.
televised a set of remarks in which he announced the special military operation, as he called it, in eastern Ukraine. What was President Biden's reaction?
His reaction, Elaine, was that Russia is going to suffer the consequences of what it is doing right now. He called this an unprovoked and unjustified attack, and he said Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. The president said he's going to be announcing more consequences tomorrow in a speech to the American people. We expect that will happen.
So Biden will be announcing more consequences tomorrow on the speech for the United States, for Russia. Futures are down even more. S&P is down 2%, down 91 points. It was last updated literally, what is this, 10 minutes ago. It's 10:55 p.m. Eastern. It's 10:45. Dow is down 692 points. Oil is up because there's no problem with oil, right? But the rest of the world is down. Wow. This is pretty interesting. Let's look at some more news updates, then we'll get back to some of the stuff that's happening there. I'll check out the comments in a second. Putin does not consider Ukraine a country. You got that right. I mean, hold on. I guys got to show you this video. Putin decommunize. Yeah, let me. You guys got to hear this video. I don't know if you guys heard this. There was a certain thing that Putin said that was specifically around decommunizing. Putin statement on Ukraine. It was like a 30-second statement, but he was angry and aggressive when he said it. Oh, is this it? Yeah, like guys, look at this. All right, let's watch this. It's like 30 seconds. Let's watch this. This is him talking a day ago. The subtitles are at the bottom.
Сколько эта трагедия может продолжаться? Сколько еще можно это терпеть? Россия сделала все для сохранения территориальной целостности Украины.
Russia has done everything to preserve Ukraine's territory.
Все эти годы настойчиво и терпеливо боролась за исполнение резолюции Совета Безопасности ООН 2202 от 17 февраля 2015 года, закрепившей Минский комплекс мер.
So the Minsk protocol he's talking about, guys, was the peace protocol they declared in 2015 after the civil war from 2014. So his argument is like, hey, we've been trying to be really good, but Ukraine is acting up in Donbass, which is why we have to recognize them as separatist regions, which is kind of BS, but that's his argument.
От от 12 февраля 2015 года по урегулированию ситуации на Донбассе. В этой связи считаю необходимым принять уже давно назревшее решение.
So he said, because of this, I am making a long overdue decision, which is...
Незамедлительно признать независимость и суверенитет Донецкой Народной Республики и Луганской Народной Республики.
That is wild, bro. Like, bro. So to give you some context on this, imagine if like Canada got up, right? Imagine Canada gets up tomorrow, and Canada's like, Texas is under attack by the United States. Texas believes in like freedom and democracy and all this stuff, and the United States has too many liberal policies on Texas. And because the people of Texas have been hurt so badly by the United States, I recognize Texas's independence from the country of the United States. Now, obviously Canada can't do that because one, Canada and the United States are allies. Number two, Texas would be like, screw you. Why do we care about you? Like, you're not going to do anything to us. And three, because Canada has no incentive to do this because, like, they're not crazy people, they are crazy dictators. But if you have an unstable region and a region that doesn't have a good economy, a region that's not being accepted by all the other regions next to you, a region that was in a civil war 8 years ago and is barely stable right now, then you have all the incentive to partner with someone that is going to recognize your sovereignty and then give you the economic stability and support. Putin is not supposed to be doing this because when you do this, you are intrinsically separating that region from Ukraine. You are basically declaring that you are allowed to go into Ukraine because Donbass and Luhansk are in Ukraine, even though they're seen as like neutral areas. As a result, if those people want Putin to come, if Texas was so unstable and they wanted Canada to come, right, hypothetically, because they were so tired of the United States, then Canada couldn't invade Texas and say that Texas is part of it. Or let me use a better, like Washington, because Washington is right near Vancouver. So that's a better example, right? That's like part of their land. That's basically the argument that Russia's making with these two regions. So he's on live television right now, basically selling this narrative that things are so bad that I have to recognize their own, what do you call it? Their own independence. And as a result of that, he's going to be able to invade.
Прошу Федеральное собрание Российской Федерации поддержать это решение, а затем и ратифицировать договоры о дружбе и взаимопомощи с обеими республиками. Два эти документа будут подготовлены и подписаны в самое ближайшее время.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. This is absolutely insane. This is not... Trump was just on Fox News. Okay, let's hear this. We got a Trump update. Let's hear this. Trump update. Trump update on Fox News.
President Trump, thank you for joining us tonight via telephone. You're watching this unfold. Your reaction to Putin's threat if any Western nation or any nation intervenes with this Russian military action.
Well, this is something that should have never happened. This would not have happened during my administration. In fact, some people were saying, why didn't this take place over the last 4 years during our administration? And it didn't for a very good reason, and I'll explain that to you someday. But it wouldn't have taken place, and it wouldn't have taken place right now. And it's a very sad thing for the world, for the country, and it's certainly very sad for a lot of people that are going to be needlessly killed.
Well, give us a sense, though. I mean, you know Vladimir Putin. I mean, you've dealt with him. How would you have avoided this conflict? How would you have prevented these series of events from unfolding?
Well, look, I do know him, and I know him very well. We've had many times together. I got along with him fantastically. Despite the fact that I shut down Nord Stream 2, nobody would have heard of Nord Stream 2 if it weren't for me. I'm the one that shut it down. And I'm the one that told Angela, you're doing a terrible thing by doing this. And they were going to get 75%, not 30%, 75% of their energy from Nord Stream 2. It was ridiculous. If you remember, I told you this privately once. I sent them a white flag, a flag of surrender. I gave it to, she said, what does this mean? I said, that means you'll surrender. As far as Russia's concerned, they've had a lot of conflicts over the centuries. So I think that it's a terrible thing. The way it started, I really don't believe he wanted to do this initially. I think he wanted to do something and negotiate, and it just got worse and worse. And then he saw the weakness. And, you know, it really started, I think, with the weakness weakness in Afghanistan, the way they
So Trump is claiming the weakness in Afghanistan is what led Putin to feel like he could do this.
pulled out of Afghanistan. I really believe that's where he started thinking, he can do this. Because when he saw how pathetic.
That's it. Wow. So Trump just called in. His argument is that we've been so weak as a country, especially with Afghanistan. That's why some of this stuff is happening right now. This is not good. This is not the best. Whoa. Russian military carrying out airstrikes on Ukrainian military compounds and these are US futures, guys. S&P 500 down 90. Small caps, everything's red. Everything's red. Red. Everything's red. I don't think anyone could have predicted this. So for people saying like, oh, anyone who told you to buy stocks in the past couple months is an idiot. It's like, who is going to predict this to happen? Like, this is insane. All right, let's look at Biden's official statement 7 minutes ago. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction of this attack, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. No, they won't. No, they won't, because Russia gives a lot of oil to the world. Like, that's not... How much oil does Russia give to the EU? Russia, the world's second largest oil exporter after Saudi Arabia, exports around 5 million barrels a day. 48% goes to the European countries in 2020. That means 2.5 million barrels per day go to the EU. The world is not going to hold them accountable in the way that... I mean, we didn't do it in 2014. I was watching some videos, guys, last night around 2014 and Obama statements. 2014 Russia, Obama. And I was looking at how Obama was talking about it, and it was very, very interesting. Just like his overall thoughts of this. Look at this quick 1-minute video from 2014.
What is the administration saying to that request?
Well, President Obama had a tense 90-minute-long call with Russian President Vladimir Putin and told him, step back. The U.S. considers Russia's actions to be a clear violation.
And what did that get us? Step back. Is he like a dog? Hey, sit down. Like, what? Like, so when Biden is saying this, I don't... And this is not, guys, this is really not trying to be political, not left or right. This is rather just analyzing what is the United States' best approach to dealing with this. If Trump was in office, I don't know if anything could have been different either. Now, maybe we wouldn't get to this situation because Trump would have done things differently before this happened. But regardless, this is what's happening. And whoever is the president has to make a decision on what to do. And this is what Obama did in 2014. And they annexed Crimea. They took Crimea like it was nothing. They took it like it was candy.
Violation of international law, but no military response is being considered. The next step for the U.S. is to hold meetings at the UN, at the NATO military alliance, and with some European partners. The White House is also offering financial help to Ukrainian leaders who are trying to keep the country from economic collapse. Today, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Samantha Power, also asked for monitors to be sent to the region to...
Yeah, again, none of that did anything. That's the problem. None of that did anything. All right, let's go through the general feed. Let's see if there's any random stuff popping up that we missed. This is pretty crazy. Nasdaq is 1% away from a bear market. So I want to pull up the chart in 2008. 2008 stock crash. Let's look at the chart of what happened in 2008. So here we go. This is, what is this? Which index are we looking for? I think this is NASDAQ. Let's look at the S&P 500. Let's just look at a basic one. 2008 S&P 500 chart. Okay. So here we go. Let me find a good one. Let's find a good one. All right. So this is where we got into a bear market. Here we have the financial crisis. The S&P was at around 1,200 September 2006. We got up to about 1,500. That was a double top. So we had a dip down to 14. That's nothing, like 5%. Got right back up. Not even a correction, right? This was in May and September of 2007. By the time we get to 2008, we're starting to get lower. And then the bear market happens here. And we bottom out at around from 1,500 down to 700. That is a 50% drop. Call it 40% drop in the S&P 500. Now, let's look at the S&P 500 now. 2022 S&P 500. Why am I getting weather? Let's look at the S&P 500 right now. Or sorry, let me just look at the SPY index. That's better. Here we are right now, okay? So let's look at the 1 year. Let's look at the, what is it, 6 months. All right. So we got to a high, guys, of around, we got to a high, guys. You know, if I was high and I was saying hi, guys, with everything going on, it would be even crazier. $477 on Jan 4, 2022. By the way, I think FundStrat's Tom Lee said that the S&P is going to run to like 5,000. Boy, was he wrong. And then we got back to early February. We had a small rally. He was like, it's going to be a violent rally in February. Boy, was he wrong. It was a violent attack instead on Ukraine by Russia. Now, I like Tom Lee. He's great. And he's way more analytical capabilities than I do. But, you know, it points to the nature of when trying to predict this stuff, you never know what the heck is going to happen. So we were at 477 January 4th. We're right now at 421. So let's calculate that. Let's see if I can do math. 421 over 477. That is an 8.8% decrease. We are down 8.8%. Now, we're down 8.8%. Let's look at what we had in 2008, okay? 2008, let's see how the crash was. So 8.8%. So keep that in mind. 8.8, right now we're down. In 2008, S&P 500 double top at 152.58, 152, and we got to a low of 76. So 76 divided by 152 was a 50% drop, essentially. So, I mean, we have a long way to go for there to be a similar drop, but we are closer to entering into a bear market. And that's not necessarily the best. Let's go back to the live screen. Let's read some comments. What are you guys thinking in the comments? Let's read this stuff. Maybe the Fed won't raise rates now. I think the Fed is definitely raising rates because the Fed's not going to raise rates like crazy because the stock market is already selling off. But inflation, they still have to deal with, right? Like the stock market selling off doesn't mean that inflation is going to be dealt with. So if inflation's not dealt with, then it doesn't really matter necessarily everything that's going on. We still need to like combat inflation, which means we're going to at least get a 0.25% basis points, I would assume. Meet Kevin will be full of himself after this. Look, I think Meet Kevin's analysis is only being proven correct because of the geopolitical situations that's going on right now. Granted, he was right. Like the economy, he sold at the right moment if you were trying to time the market. But I don't think he sold because of geopolitics. He sold because of inflation and interest rates. So now this happened, which proves his argument. But it's not like he predicted there was going to be a Russian war. So, I mean, yeah, Meet Kevin was right because of what's going on with Russia. Now, the question is, if this Russia stuff wasn't happening, would we have as big of a collapse as we're having right now? I don't think so. Because, like, Dows are not going to be down 300 points on a Wednesday night at 11 o'clock if Russia wasn't launching bombs in Ukraine, right? Do you reuse your hoodie all the time? I have multiple hoodies, Carlos. Thank you for asking. I have multiple hoodies. Noah, tweet me the interactive map because it's not showing up in the chat. So tweet it to me. At Amit is investing. Who's buying SoFi at $8? I don't know that much about SoFi yet. A lot of people have asked my opinion on it. I really have to do a lot more information and digging on it. But SoFi seems like a really nice growth stock to own over the next couple of years. I just don't know if it's the right stock right now, given what's going on. You have inflation pressure on one side, risk on the other, and China clamping down on industry. People spending again, that's bad. Amit, you have some low-pitched noise coming from your mic. Let me turn down the mic volume a little bit. This is my first live stream, guys. It will get a lot better, I promise. Just testing out the waters today. And we're going to keep going from there. Okay, let's go back onto Twitter. Taiwan was trending, actually, today. I want to see what people were saying around Taiwan. So here we go. Let's see what's the top news. U.S. deploys forces in response to Putin's Ukraine moves. Hold on, what's that? Oh, this is 10 hours ago. Okay, that's just their military. That's nothing crazy. Taiwan is nervous that Beijing may take advantage of a distracted West to ramp up pressure on the island amid the crisis in Ukraine. Yeah, that's not good. Let's see this meme by Alex Jones. Hold on. This is kind of funny.
So all your games are over. All the TV watching, all the laziness, all the slack jawing's over. It's over. You're going to be just like a baby at 6 months being chopped up in its mother's womb. You're not a human. You're not essential. You're dead. They're going to kill you.
Well, Yeah, it's you could probably think that's things are pretty bad right now. You might want to feel like that. Taiwan is next. Do you guys really think Taiwan? Do you guys really think China would take a move to Taiwan? Do you think that could happen? China taking a move for Taiwan. That would be kind of crazy. China taking a move for Taiwan. I mean, that would be a little insane. All right, let's get back to this stuff. All right, latest updates. Let's go back to stock market news. That's the main account that I like to look at. Guys, this is absolutely insane. Like, talk about an interesting Wednesday night. Interesting in all the wrong ways. Like, this is not good stuff. Fast stock news. All right, let's go to their updates. Ukrainian official says Russia troops have landed in Odyssey. Others crossing the border into Kharkiv. Okay, let's see where Kharkiv is. Is this near the regions that they were talking about in Ukraine? So again, there's some specific regions that Russia is declaring. Yeah, guys, that makes sense. So Donetsk and Luhansk are the regions of Ukraine that Russia declared were separatists. Kharkiv is right next to it. Crimea is right under, and Dnipro was where we heard some bombs. So that makes sense that they're crossing in there. Thousands of videos. When I was in Afghanistan, we didn't have cell phones. You're going to see some wild stuff. Yeah, with the advance of media and cameras, I mean... Now, is this a full-scale invasion? I don't know, guys. I think that, I don't know if this is if this is a full-scale invasion, the stock market might literally just, if this is a full-scale invasion, literally taking over the country of Ukraine, the entire country, this is going to be bad tomorrow. If there's only a certain region and Russia's doing some stuff and it's blah, 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 that's the crime. Let's look at the stock market in 2014 when the Crimea stuff was happening. Let's look at that, guys. That's super important. So Crimea was around January 2014, okay? So here we are at the S&P, where we're at, January 2014. So the S&P was at 170 November 1st, 2013. January till March, you had a basically Russia, United States, Crimea threesome in which Russia was able to get rid of Crimea from Ukraine and the United States couldn't do anything about it. The stock market really didn't drop. It didn't sell off that news at all. Yeah, within 10 days, we were at 184. We were higher than we were in November. So, that's one thing to take into account. Now, this is important because in 2014, January till March was when the resolution was proposed to stop the civil war with Crimea, and ultimately Russia was successful. The stock market did not sell off. So, futures are down right now, but we have to see if there's ultimately going to be a sell-off or is there just going to be nothing that ends up happening. Gas stations in Kharkiv. Let's look at this. Wow, this is heavy. This is pretty heavy. That's a lot. So either people are trying to get the hell out of there and they're trying to go somewhere else. Russia targeted key Ukrainian airfields, east aligned key Odyssey with tactical missiles, and now reports about aviation. What? So this is strategic. Russia has been strategic around this whole thing. They've been having an entire way to be strategic. This is insane. This is insane. Let's go back to some news. Let's see what's going on here. Let's watch a little bit of this stuff.
There have already been sanctions announced. Has the White House indicated yet how they will respond to this particular escalation?
Well, Andrew, the White House has released a statement from President Biden that called this an unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine and vowing that the world will hold Russia accountable. So what that will look like is these severe economic penalties that they have been teeing up in case this type of invasion happens. We do know that so far the sanctions have been pretty targeted, focused on a few Russian banks, on the financial system, on oligarchs. This next round, the White House has said, will be coordinated again with its allies and could include broader measures, things like export controls, which would make it difficult for Russia to get access to critical technologies. They're talking about targeting bigger banks that could affect more Russian households, the broader Russian economy.
So the United States is talking about more sanctions on Russia. Again, like, sanctions are great, but you're not going to really sanction off Russia because they have 50% of the EU's oil. So I don't know why they're talking about sanctions. Like, I just, that didn't work in 2014. I don't know why that's going to work now.
Economy and the possibility of personal sanctions on President Putin hasn't been completely ruled out. You know, ultimately, the attempt here is to show that we have a lot of measures that we can still take that will severely cripple the economy. The U.S. says it's prepared to do this with its allies, and President Biden is expected to make this announcement in a public address tomorrow, Andrew.
And how much could tonight's attack further rock the financial markets?
Well, if there's one thing the stock market doesn't like, it's uncertainty, and this is a big dose of it. We are already seeing stock market futures trade lower, and those losses have accelerated as the scope of this has become more clear. You know, one of the biggest questions for traders is how long is this going to last? And of course, we don't know that at this point. So a lot of traders tell me that you can expect very choppy and bumpy trading in the coming days, maybe weeks, as we try to kind of look at how this is going to play out. Some of those safe haven assets like gold, where a lot of investors go when times of uncertainty, are trading higher. And of course, oil prices are trading higher now in the wake of this announcement. That is one of the key things we're watching when it comes to the effects on the Russian economy and on the overall economy too.
And this could have a real and immediate impact on Americans. We're already seeing a lot of pain at the pump. How high could gas and energy prices go from here? And are these price hikes expected to last?
This is the question. We are seeing, Andrew, already Brent crude oil prices close to $100 a barrel in the wake of this news tonight. That means
Guys, that's the big thing right there. I just logged into Bloomberg because I just got the notification. Brent oil prices are $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. We're about to read that article right now, but that's not good.
The price that you are going to pay at the gas pump could eventually go higher with crude oil prices going higher. So, you know, remember, Russia is the third largest producer, exporter of crude oil in the world, the second largest exporter of natural gas. A lot of this is going to mean that European consumers pay higher prices at the pump or in their heating bills, especially if what Russia decides to do is retaliate in response to these sanctions that we expect to be announced by the U.S. and by its allies. If Russia then decides to pull back supply from the market to further disrupt the oil market, that could mean that there's more disruption for consumers here, and that could...
That's not... If Russia decides to hold... That's why I'm saying the sanctions. I don't understand why you think the sanctions are going to be effective. Because if we sanction the crap out of them and they hold back the oil, who's going to... Like, we're going to be stuck with that problem. Like, my gas went from $3.17 in New Jersey to $3.50 the other day. It's not getting better. Now, if the United States started drilling its own oil, that would probably help the situation. But that thing takes years to load the foundation for, not months. Now, we have strategic reserves, but those will run out relatively quickly. So, and because we haven't implemented wide-scale manufacturing in the United States because we've been so dependent on other countries, this is what happens when you depend on other countries. So, like, it's not the best situation right now in terms of oil. And like, the sanctions are probably not going to affect Russia at that point if they're going to disrupt the entire oil market.
Could result in higher prices. You know, we've already seen prices go up so much. Gas prices are up 20 cents for the national average gallon of gas here in the U.S. And a lot of analysts say you can expect to see $4 gallon of gas if we continue to see these oil prices trending higher, Andrew.
And Elizabeth, is there anything the Biden administration can do to try to mitigate the economic fallout here in the U.S.?
You know, this is a message that the White House has been trying to send, saying we understand that Americans will bear some of the pain of these measures that we are imposing. And part of that is the cost of democracy, they say. But on the other hand, inflation is already a problem here in the U.S. It's already pinching.
Guys, real quick, I'm just switching my camera because my other camera is getting a little hot. So I'm switching the webcam for a second, and I'll keep playing this.
Americans. So they've tried to say we're making a coordinated effort, the U.S. with other countries around the world, to stock up on oil reserves in case Russia does decide to pull back, to stock up on natural gas reserves, to try to say we are prepared, we have enough ready to go to subvert some of the shocks that could be in place here in the market. At the same time, the U.S. isn't ruling out other options like releasing oil from its strategic petroleum reserve. This is something that it did earlier this year when we saw gas prices going up. How much of an effect that will have for the average person going to fill up at the tank, not very clear at this point. And ultimately, this is a global...
All right, I know you guys can hear me. I'm switching my webcam real quick. Again, this is a first-time streamer doing this, so let me add a source real quick. Webcam 2. I need to add a property to this webcam. Here we go. Boom, I figured it out. Webcam 2. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, webcam 22. Okay, let's do that. Here we go. Perfect. There I am. There we go. We're back in business.
Global markets, and when there are big shocks and big disruptions like this, it does trickle down to the consumer, you and me here at home. Andrew.
Elizabeth Schulze there in Washington, D.C. Thank you. Let's turn now to ABC News contributor and retired General Robert Abrams. General Abrams was an advisor to former U.S. Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel during the last invasion of Ukraine, and more recently was the head...
Oh, wait. Do you guys not see the screen? Well, that's so weird. Hold on. Let me fix that. Why do you guys not see the screen? Ah, here we go. Now we're back to normal.
Head of U.S. forces in Korea. Thank you, General. Okay, so U.S. defense officials were expecting this invasion to come tonight under the cover of night. Why this timing? Why in the dark? And was this meant to be a surprise attack?
Well, I think the timing, there's a lot of factors on the timing, and you've touched on a couple of them. Historically and typically, military operations.
Oh, that's so weird. Hold on. Where am I? This thing, webcam, sources, main. Bear with me, please. 1 second. Hold on. Main here, webcam, that's me right here. And now we need a new scene. Oh, I figured it out. Is that it? Did we do it? Webcam up. We did it. I figured it out. Boom. You saw that live. We did it.
Initiate them under the cover of darkness. The advantage goes to the attacker. And it's when it disrupts people's circadian rhythm. It's disruptive to people's sleep cycles, the Ukrainian military people's sleep cycles, and so forth. So striking during the hours of darkness gives the...
All right, we're back to normal. So let's go on. Let's see what else is happening here. This stuff is kind of crazy. This stuff is not stuff that we've seen before. Ukrainian border checkpoints attacked along Russian border. Japan's Topex index falls 2%. Oh boy. Ukraine interior misses. SoftBank shares extend drop to 6.6% most in a month. Euro slides to 1.02 versus Swiss franc. Lowest since May 2015. Notice in 2015, March, was when that treaty was signed to make sure everything was okay. Things are a little rough. Things are not good right now. Things are not good. Let's read in the comments. Someone says, call Meet Kevin to borrow a setup. Yeah, guys, I have to figure out how to fully make this setup perfect over time. It will get there. It's just not the best at the moment, but we will get there. First live stream, so we will get there over time. Okay, hopefully it looks decent. What are you guys thinking? What's going on? What are your thoughts? Sleep cycles, right? So why are we talking about sleep cycles? Give Amit a break. Yeah, need to do like that as 40 mil. Yeah, we're going to get that better. $40 Palantir end of week. That would be kind of crazy. $40 Palantir end of week. Not necessarily unlikely going to happen. Sent you a crazy pic through my Twitter. I'll check Twitter in a second. Meet Kevin even predicted that the attack might happen after the Olympics. Well, yeah, but the entire United States predicted that the attack would happen after the Olympics. So that was going to happen. Someone says I sold everything today. Well, you probably are doing pretty well if you've sold everything today. Killing it, 362. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Check. Yeah, let's check that DM. All right, so let's go into my Twitter. Let's check some of the DMs that you mentioned. Oh, 1 sec. Let me do this. Here we go. Okay. Let's go into Twitter. Got some message requests. All right, liveuamap.com, Ukrainian interactive map. Ah, this is interesting. Oh wow, thank you for this DM. This is really good stuff in terms of the news that's coming off of this. Okay, so these are live stuff. That's what's going on right now. Explosions in Kiev confirmed. Okay, so here we go. So here's some of the stuff that's going on right now. These are, what symbols are these? Oh, these are, okay. These are like live updates on stuff that's happening right now. So as you can see, there's flights there. There's a lot of stuff. Now, the regions we care about are that Donbass region and the other region, the Lutzfox region. I can't say the name right, but those regions. We are doomed. Futures are down. Crypto's down. Everything's down. Like, nothing is up right now. That's for sure. So these are the regions that Ukraine has under attack theoretically right now. This is not the best. Let's look at Tesla right now. Tesla had a really bad day. Tesla dropped below $800. That is look at this. Tesla dropped below $800. Like that's quite literally insane. We have not seen Tesla below 800 really since March. As you can see, 797. It's at 764. It ended up, and we had a high of about 1243 a while back. It's only like in November, I think, when we had that high. Tesla is an interesting stock because Tesla is supposed to have a cult-based following, right? And if Tesla is supposed to have a cult-based following, it's not supposed to drop off this bad. And I think what was exposed today is that cult-based following doesn't mean anything. Oh, Bitcoin just dropped to 34,000. Bitcoin is just under $35,000. It just dropped 34.8. Wow. Bitcoin just dropped right there. We got that new falling stick, $34,463. Unbelievable. I mean, it's not unbelievable, but it is absolutely insane. Bitcoin has officially dropped below 35,000. Futures will be down 5% at least, probably, most likely going to happen. Nothing is up right now except gold. That's why Meet Kevin bought gold. I guess gold is the ultimate hedge. Now, guys, the question is, here's where we really got to talk. Is the market actually going to sell this off? Right? That is the question that I think really needs to be discussed. Is the market actually going to sell this off, or is this market, not really going to sell this off in the level that we think it's going to sell off? Because that's ultimately the question, right? Is the market really going to feel that this is such a bad thing that it needs to sell it off? We are going to find out tomorrow. We are officially going to find out tomorrow what the market truly thinks. Does the market think we need to sell off? Because the question is, does the market feel this is really going to affect U.S. equities long term? And the futures may show that it's affecting U.S. equities long term, but is that actually going to happen? Again, when we looked at the charts in 2014, the market did not sell off the Russian annexing Crimea. Like, there was barely a sell-off. So this is like, is this that much worse? I don't know. It's like, given they're invading regions that are not necessarily like the heart of Ukraine. Now, if that happens and it sets the precedent for that to happen, then yes, it will be bad. But nonetheless, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Someone said RM says Tesla to 280. Oh boy, that would be, see Palantir. I mean, what, the lowest is 5? You could hit it at 5, but like, I don't know. It's Palantir's dropped so much. It's down like 70% in the past 6 months. I don't think. I mean, we can go lower, but it's like, at what point is this like, this just literally doesn't make sense anymore. Tesla though could go further down because people argue that Tesla is massively overvalued. I'm not one of those people, but nonetheless, there is a chance that Tesla could be falling a little bit more. I don't know if it's going to 280 though. That's a little bit. It's a little bit aggressive. Oh boy, but I'm reading the comments and looking what you guys are saying in the comments. EndTheDrugWar.com says Bitcoin is a scam. Welp, we are gonna find out over the next couple of days, but Palantir is definitely going to single digits. Yeah, this is actually not the best for me because I had a meeting with someone, and I can't even get into it too much, but I hope that Palantir doesn't drop to single digits. Not only because it would affect my money, but it might affect that person's money, and that person's actually very important. So, why did someone just text me right now, guys? A girl just texted me. I don't get text messages by girls. Why is a girl texting me right now? I'm gonna respond to her. Wow, that's so weird. I guess when you go live, you know, girls think you're cool now, so they want to text you. All right, let's go back to Twitter. Let's see what's going on right now. What the heck is going on in this insane market? We need to make sense of it because it just doesn't make sense. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's go to Explore. Twitter. Stock market crash. Let's look at the hashtag. What's trending on stock market crash? Everyone right now, World War III. Could you guys imagine the NASDAQ just falls like 90%? Like, imagine it really is a .com bubble crash. Kathy Wood, I don't know if she survives. Imagine Roku gets like $17. Like, just imagine. Like, does she survive? Does I don't know what happens anymore. I think more investors should take a minute to read this before they panic. Okay, let's read this. Stocks I freaking love, 5-year holding period, Tesla, Palantir, SoFi, PayPal. I don't know what INTC is. For anyone worried about the blood red market, recession fears, war fears, etc., you can message me directly, blah, blah, blah. I'm happy to put your minds at ease. Remember, we're buying truly good companies, that blah, 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 blah. Okay, this guy is just saying that you should hold long. Yeah, long term, I don't think this affects anything, but it's going to be rough tomorrow. I mean, that's for sure. The artist. What is this? Putin. Like, if Putin's buying the dip right now, guys, and he's just playing, it would be so sad. Market is opened up like this. Yeah, Putin is 2016 they messed with Facebook, and in 2022 they really messed with Facebook. That Facebook drop was bad. Wow. Okay, let's see what else is happening. The NASDAQ. Let's look at what's happening on the NASDAQ. Futures tracking NASDAQ 100 single X. Oh, here we go. Gerber, our guy. Let's look at this chart Gerber tweeted. Here we go. NASDAQ 10% corrections. David said, Amit, that's my tweet. Oh, David, I'm happy we saw your tweet. That's lit. Okay. So let's look at the NASDAQ 10% correction. So the NASDAQ in April 23rd, 2010 corrected 17% over the course of 70 days. The highest correction was 23%. Guys, I don't know if you remember 2018. I was a why is the screen so big? Hold on. Let me make this a little bit smaller. I was a sophomore in college in 2018. So I was relatively, I didn't know much about the market, but I knew there was a crash in 2018. I was rushing a business fraternity, and when I rushed that fraternity, I remember how much the seniors who were probably into stocks were talking about the stock market. And my friend he bought options on Snapchat, and he was down $18,000. Like, just, he lost it because the options expired worthless. And I called him up one day, and he was just so depressed. And he was in the fraternity. He was older than me. That's when I knew the stock market had like legitimately crashed. But I didn't care too much about it because it was like whatever. So that happened from August 29th, 2018 down to December 24th, 2018. There was that 23% crash. So far, from November 19th, 2021 till February 23rd, 2022, we are down 18.8% over the course of 96 days. In 2018, it was 117 days, down 6% more than we were right now. So we still, this is important to put into context. This is actually a good tweet by Mr. Gerber. He doesn't always have a bad tweet. It's a good perspective. We have not had the pain that we had from August 2018 to December 2018, which is about 117 days, so about 4 months. We have not had that much pain yet. Now, this is particularly bad because January 2022 was the worst start to the NASDAQ in like history. So we feel it, and it's bad, and like growth stocks are really down. But the NASDAQ, which is like the entirety of the market writ large, is only down 18.8%. And again, I know I'm saying only, but like it's some context. And notice this as well. From February 19, 2020 down to February March 23rd, we were down 30% in the COVID pandemic. This was over the course of 33 days. Now, that pandemic got propped up by the Fed pumping money into the market, so we had no issue. But it hasn't gone as bad as it could have gone. That's the point. It hasn't gone as bad as it could have gone. All right, this is rough. Let's go to CNBC. Let's look at what they're talking about right now. Let's also go to CNN. What do you guys think is going to happen in the market tomorrow? Let's read some comments. Amit, you need to message Tom and tell his grandpa Putin to chill. Yo, Tom needs to stop this. I feel like Tom has the personality to walk up into Putin's office and be like, you mother lover. Like, you're messing with Palantir. Like, just chill. Like, stop this. Now, granted, Tom would probably get killed if he did that because you don't do that. But, maybe he could be the one to do that. Max Lopez going down 40%. Yeah, probably. Mooncake 623. Most internet stocks are down 50%. Yeah, I mean, internet stocks are crushed right now. But, like, again, that's my question is how much worse can it get? Like, it's pretty bad. But, like tomorrow's going to be worse. But how much worse? That is the question. Oh, here we go. I want to read this oil article because Bloomberg, for some reason, was not loading. I pay for Bloomberg, and they're not loading the article the day we need the article. Like, that's not nice, Bloomberg. Bloomberg is such a big company, and they can't load up the article. Okay, let's read this real quick. Dow's future fell 719 points. Futures side down 14. Oil prices pop. So let's look at that oil article. I really want to see that, actually. U.S. crude futures jumped 4%. 96 per barrel. Brent crude futures were up 4.69%, crossing the $100 level since 2014. That's insane. Since 2014. Gold, guys, was at $1,000 an ounce in 2010. It's up not even double, but it's up because it was at 1,800, I think, a month ago. Now it's at 1,900. So gold is up 1.5% as well. Oil price. Goldman Sachs said in Wednesday report that the impact on energy prices should be limited. Okay, so Goldman doesn't think it's going to be too bad. While Europe imports a large share of its natural gas consumption from Russia, the U.S. is a net exporter of natural gas, and any spillover effects on U.S. gas prices should be modest. Okay, so Goldman Sachs is saying it's not going to hurt us that badly. Our commodity strategists also expect not only a modest impact on oil prices, though the risks. So this is the question, right? It's like, how does the market react to this tomorrow? That's the question. How badly does the market really react to this in the context of oil and everything else that's going on? This is the fundamental question that needs to be answered to. The Soviet Union is trending. Let's look at that. In exchange for this agreement, Ukraine gave up 1,000 strategic nuclear weapons left in its soil after the breakup of the Soviet Union and joined the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Reminder, Russia signed a binding international agreement in 1994 committing to respect the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine and to refrain from the threat or use of force against the country. Well, people lie. People don't always tell the truth. That's not necessarily correct. Glory to the Soviet Union and the Red Army for liberating humanity from fascism. Happy Red... What? What the fuck? Samira Khan. Okay. I hope this... See, this is the stuff you run in on Twitter. Hold on. Ukraine rejects Russia's request to guarantee it won't join NATO. Ukraine threatens to develop nukes to counter Russia. Seeing that Russia is up against a bunch of Russia-phobic Nazis with potential to develop nukes plus all of NATO, its actions are defense. Interesting. So we've got someone who's on the opposite side with this Twitter account. Wow. She's saying Russia is defensive. Interesting. Okay. I mean, hey, I guess you. All right, if you're calling United States the fascist, that's fine. That's not what I would say, but all right. Let's look at a little bit more news, and then I'll look at some of the comments.
Ukraine. It's what senior Pentagon officials call the start of an invasion. Already, blasts can be heard in Ukraine. Flashes of light in the early morning sky. Take a listen.
Whoa.
A stark contrast tonight, the UN holding an emergency meeting, pleading with Russia to pull back and stop any military aggression. UN Secretary General Guterres said, President Putin, stop your troops from attacking Ukraine. Give peace a chance. At nearly the same time, President Putin saying that Russia would now aim for the demilitarization of Ukraine, calling on Ukrainian soldiers to lay down their arms and go home. But it seemed those pleas have fallen on deaf ears at the Kremlin, and we now stand on the brink of armed conflict in Europe with potentially dire and far-reaching implications for us all. Ukraine's President Zelensky had earlier declared a state of emergency in Ukraine and
That's not good. Let's look at this CBS News. Let's look at that. Let's do CNN live. Let's see if CNN is live. Let's do Russia, and let's do live. Let's do filters with live. Let's see what's going on right now. Russia, let's look at Fox. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, we can't hear that guy. There's a little technical difficulties going on everywhere.
Infrastructure and anything like that.
All right, guys, I'm going to quickly get a drink. I hope you all stay. I'm going to be gone for literally 2 minutes because my voice is dying out. I plan to be live for at least another hour, so we got another hour of covering this stuff. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. Let's listen to what's going on in NBC News.
Has been going since the early hours of the morning, and we are waiting for even more clarity from authorities here.
All right, your camera's staying on, your shot is staying up, so you let us know as soon as you have any more information, and we'll come right back to you. Stay safe, Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev for us. I want to go to White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington, D.C. Obviously, the president fully informed about what's going on here. What's the latest?
Yeah, Ali, we've been getting periodic updates from White House officials throughout the night, and my colleague Peter Alexander just shares a significant development. I think President Biden is actually on the phone right now with Ukraine's president.
That was less than 2 minutes. That is legit. How many people did we lose? Okay, we lost 15 people. That's okay. We lost 15 people. I'll take that. 15 people for 2 minutes. That's all right.
This very critical moment. Just before we learned of that, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki tweeting that the president had just convened a secure phone call with his Secretary of State Tony Blinken, the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley, as well as his National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Earlier, they also had said he would be monitoring developments closely throughout the night and getting updates as they continue from Jake Sullivan. Now, the last we heard from the president directly was in the form of a paper statement released about an hour.
Cameron Vincent said, just took a dab. Midwest Cannabis says, go get a joint. I don't think I could survive what's going on right now in that state of mind. Let's listen to this for like another minute, then we'll start talking.
This entire crisis squarely at the hands of President Putin, saying it is Putin who has chosen to make an unprovoked and unjustified attack, that this is Putin who is alone responsible for death and destruction that this attack will bring. And then Biden signaling how he will respond, saying that the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a decisive way. Now, what's next in terms of the president's schedule? We know tomorrow morning he is scheduled at 9 o'clock Eastern.
All right, so President Biden's going to go live tomorrow, talk about this stuff. I want to find some good news sources that are talking about this. We got to get some like interesting people. That's why we need better news sources. Yo, I was going to say Breaking Points, but they're not live right now. But you guys, if you don't know Breaking Points, Crystal and Sagar are just phenomenal at covering the news and what goes down on the news. Let's see some live filters. Yeah, let me read some of the comments. Zelensky speaking soon. Please try to find that. Let's find that. Zelensky. This is the Ukraine dude that's super important. Zelensky speech. Let's look that up right now. Filters. Let's go live. Okay, India TV. Huh, India TV is turning it. Okay, that I know what she's saying, but you guys don't know what she's saying. 2014 means 2014. Okay, we'll keep this open because he's likely going to go live soon. And we'll talk about that as well to see what's kind of going on there and see how it's going forth. All right, so when Zelensky gets live, we'll talk. This is rough, guys. This stuff is absolutely insane what's going on right now. Let's go a little bit more into some of the news source. What was this? Fast stock news. That was the main thing we've been looking at. Fast stocks. All right. Ukraine imposes martial law across the country. Zelensky. Oh, so Zelensky is talking. Let's see if we can find this guy. Zelensky is talking right now. I don't know if we're going to be able to find him immediately. He should be. Wait, he should be live on ABC News and all that stuff, right? Why isn't he? He's probably live there. They probably have to be streaming it.
Entirely bogus claims, and that seems to be what Vladimir Putin answered. But I think if you listen to the frankly rather scary words of Vladimir Putin, I think that should give everybody pause for caution and pause for thought, because the suggestion there is that this won't be small, it won't be limited, it won't just be in a limited area, that the worst case scenario, which is what the Biden administration has been warning us will come to pass, may well now be unfolding, but we just have to wait a little longer and see what's really happening.
So that's different. They're saying it's not just going to be in the separatist regions that Russia basically declared as independent. And because that's not going to happen, that means it's likely going to be in more of the, central part of Ukraine. Now, if that happens, that's not good. Like, that's a full-on invasion. Like, that is bad. That's where it's like, is Russia literally taking over Ukraine if they start going into different parts of the regions? That's not going to be the best. Jackalope says, how do I pronounce my last name? My last name is Kukreja. Amit Kukreja. Kukreja.
A lot more to monitor. Thank you, Ian, and stay safe. Let's bring in James Longman now from Moscow. James, can you walk us through that late-night announcement from Putin announcing that military operation that happened during the same time as UN diplomats were asking Putin to give peace a chance?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. It was the choreography of this was just extraordinary. You know, Putin really does know how to sell a message, and his message is that he doesn't believe in international cooperation. You know, at the moment.
Okay, someone is saying Kiev has already got hit. I'm gonna let this play in the background while I'm googling that.
Of his announcement, the Russian gavel went down in the United Nations Security Council. The ambassador stopped speaking, and then you heard the first bombs in Kiev. I mean, it was just an absolute.
That's perfect. So the first bombs went off in Kiev, which is the capital of Ukraine.
The extraordinary split screen. And we heard from the Russian president. He said, I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its goal is to protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years. And for this, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
Let's hear that one more time, guys. This is what, what's his name? Putin said. Let's hear that one more time. That's really important to understand what Putin just said.
James, can you walk us through that late-night announcement
used repeatedly by this government in order to justify what they are now doing in Ukraine? This is being packaged as a defensive operation. Protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide by the.
We want to protect people who have been subjected by bullying and genocide by the Ukrainian government. That is what Putin is telling the entire world.
Kiev regime for 8 years, and for this we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
We are going to strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. He's not saying one part, he's saying Ukraine. That's it's not good.
I mean, these words, denazification, genocide, they are loaded, they are emotive words, and they have been words used repeatedly by this government in order to justify what they are now doing in Ukraine. This is being packaged as a defensive operation, not an offensive one. The whole way through this, Vladimir Putin has argued that the people of eastern Ukraine need Russia's help in order to protect them from Kiev, and he calls it a regime here, the democratically elected.
Hold on, guys. We're getting breaking news from Bloomberg. Oh my goodness. This is not good. What? Ukraine says a full-scale invasion has begun and warns citizens to hide in shelters to avoid possible missile attacks on Kyiv. What the heck? What? Oh my goodness. Ukraine says a full-scale invasion. Russia attacks targets. This is the right article. President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and suffering, Biden said. U.S. equities, they're just talking about this. Crude oil, that we know that's up. Oh, here we go. This is the quote we did. So in his address, Putin said that to protect people who for 8 years have been suffering. Okay. Really important to analyze this, guys. The genocide and persecution of the Kyiv regime is Putin's spin on what's going on in certain parts of Ukraine. His argument is the Kiev regime is responsible for that stuff, and he is saving them. For this, we will aim for demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, as well as bringing justice to those who carried out multiple bloody crimes against civilians. Justice. That means revenge. That's not... Our plans do not include occupying Ukrainian territory. Now, he says that, but it's like... And that's why I think the market... I don't know if the market sells off that badly. Like, is he actually going into Kyiv and occupying Ukrainian territory? We don't know. But... I mean, if that does happen, obviously, that's not going to be good. That's not necessarily going to be the best thing that could happen.
The West is supporting Ukraine. Ukraine will join NATO. We will have yet another country that is allied with other countries throughout Europe and the United States again.
It had begun.
Yeah, and the justification that I was just talking about that he's giving it to protect civilians, he's presumably talking about. Well, he is talking about what's going on down in southeastern Ukraine, but he talks about not occupying the country, but he talks about all the threats coming from Ukraine there, where the evidence.
This is insane, guys. All right, let's go back to Twitter. Let's see what's going on. I think you guys said I'm saying it wrong. Kyiv. It's Kyiv. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I will learn how to get it better over time. Video of a cruise missile flying in Ukraine. Let's look at this.
As soon as the declaration... Oh, fuck! That's a missile! That's a missile! That's a fucking missile! That was one of those, like... Holy shit! Russia...
Yeah, that's not good. Let's play that again without the sound. So this guy, he's there, he's walking, and he sees a missile. And then that missile is... Obviously, there's going to be a lot of footage because we have a lot more cameras now. Zelensky says, stay calm, stay at home. The army is doing its work. I spoke to Biden. They were preparing international support. Finishing with glory. So Zelensky just gave a brief address to the Ukrainian people. And he said that things are going to be okay. Now, for those who don't know who Zelensky is, he's the president of Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky. I hope I'm saying that right. He said things are going to be okay. Or he says things, hopefully, are going to be okay. Scott says I'm saying it wrong. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm saying it wrong. It's I will. Kiev, John Stevens, Kiev. So it's Kiev. I'm saying Kyiv. You're saying it's Kiev. So it's Kiev. Maybe. I don't know. All right, let's look at futures. Stock market. What is going on there? This stuff is going pretty... Let's go crypto trading. Let's look at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin back up to 35,000. Okay, not bad. So it dropped right to 34, 35. I don't know if it bottoms out here, but I mean, look at this drop, guys, since the morning. We were here at 30, 38, 39 today. Now we're right back down to 34, and now we're ending at 35. If we get to 32, 33, that's when we start to break a little bit more resistance, and we would go down. I don't know if we're getting there. Like, if futures are already down and crypto's already down, the question is how badly does the stock market go down, given futures are already down so much? There's going to be a rip in the morning. The question is how bad is it ultimately going to be? I'm just not going to call it anymore. I'm just try to plug the names into Google Translate and make it read it out loud. I'm just going to call it the capital of Ukraine for now. That's how we solve this situation, the capital of Ukraine. Oh, boy. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Just insane. All right. Thoughts on what's going to happen in the markets tomorrow? Let's read some comments. Let's see what people are saying. This makes me so mad. We have to be in Afghanistan because they had terrorists who attacked us, but Iraq, Syria, every other foreign adventure since then was the race of resources. Yeah, that's correct. Juan, you say this is Georgia all over. Try to explain that. But I tend to agree with you. That's probably true. Yeah, this is this is not necessarily the best. This is not necessarily the best at all with what's going on here. Let's see some other comments. Then we'll get back into some news and we'll see what's going on with the market. 100% down tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be down. Michael, I just want Palantir in single digits. I think you might get what you want, Michael. I mean, I loaded up all my money on the dip in earnings. I didn't know this was going to happen. So because I loaded up on the dip in earnings, I didn't know, I don't have any money anymore, guys, to like put into Palantir. So it's pretty once. I think that tomorrow Russia is a fudu. That might be possible. Palantir 5. Guys, that Seeking Alpha article seems like it's gonna end up playing out correct. You guys want to go check out that Seeking Alpha article right now and go through their logic, if it's not behind a paywall or anything. Let's look at the Seeking Alpha article. They said Palantir was gonna be at Seeking Alpha Palantir $5. What was their logic behind it? A defense of my $5 price. I don't know if we're gonna be. It might be under a paywall, so we're gonna see it. Oh, it's not under paywall. Okay. The main argument: IPO and losses. Moat. I don't know how you can question the moat given the software stuff that's been coming out from what Palantir is talking about. By the way, they won this $5.3 million contract from the US CDC. I don't know if anyone saw that news. They also won a $34 million contract for an army intelligence platform. That's part of an $800 million contract. So it's not like it's a new contract, but they're getting 34 out of that $800 million. So that's big. Scalability. That's something that this guy said was $5. Heavily dilution. We already know about that. Even with 30% annual revenue growth, it's wildly overpriced. My conclusion, I'm not saying Palantir doesn't have significant annual sales growth. I'm not saying that their products are useless. What I am saying is that Palantir's loss-making business does not merit a sales multiple of 20. Even if it was profitable, I wouldn't deserve this kind of sale multiple. Well, this guy might end up being right, but for all the wrong reasons for why Palantir gets to $5. Look at this, guys. Does this guy look like a CEO of a company that's $5 publicly? I don't know. I think he looks like a CEO of a company that's like $300, but not right now. Because right now, Russia does not care about anything. Russia's going to be pretty bad. Why would it be red? Is it just because of fear? Does Russia's war have significant impact on us? So the reason the stock market would turn red as a result of this thing happening is primarily because when there's instability in the markets, the market does not like the instability. When the January minutes came out, or the December minutes came out in January, that showed a ton of instability. Right? And as a result of all of that instability, it was very hard for the market to grapple with the fact that we are in a good place for interest rates, supply chains, all that stuff. So that instability led to a massive sell-off. The fact that the midterms are in 2022 also leads to a massive sell-off. Every year, I did a video on this a while back. Historically, the S&P is down like 7 or 8% in relationship to the year after the midterms, when it spikes up about 17% on average. So there's a delta of about 8 or 9% because of the instability of the midterms, and the government and the stock market doesn't know if the House of Representatives or the Senate is ultimately going to be able to be like Republican or Democrat. And as a result of all that, that's what leads to a lot of these problems writ large. So that instability is bad. Now, Russia invading Ukraine, that's also very bad for instability, because if that stuff happens, then we don't know what's going on with the market. We don't know how how oil prices are going to react. We don't know in general if there's going to be things that get escalated. And when all these things get escalated, investors do not want to have their money in the stock market, because the stock market is ultimately bad for the market. And the drugwartoday.com. Thank you for the donation, $10. Amit, are you related to Carp? I see the same genius and, dare I say, crazy hair. I'm not related to Carp, but hopefully the same genius. Yes, for a little bit of crazy hair. It will tank because of inflation fears. Inflation will be worse now because of this. The Fed can't raise rates too much because the yield curve would invert, but they have to fight inflation. Yeah, I mean, look, the Fed has to fight inflation somehow, and I think the way they're going to fight inflation ultimately is by raising interest rates a little bit, and then hopefully letting the market just operate the way it needs to operate and have supply chains. Like, if supply chains don't clear up, we're going to be in a world of trouble, because then inflation will not be transitory. And hopefully inflation is transitory. We have this weird spam thing, hot girls and boy videos chats. Can we block this person? How do I block this person? Let's hide user on this channel. Remove. Yeah, we need to get rid of some of these people. Mic is low. Let me put the mic up a little bit. Let me put the mic up. I'm going to be on for about 10 more minutes, guys, and then we're probably going to end this off, and then we'll keep talking. Yeah, this stuff is absolutely insane. Let's some final Twitter updates, see what's going on Twitter. See how things are turning out, and we'll keep going from there. This is insane. Has anyone ever been through like a full-scale invasion in their life? Because like, I've never seen this happen before. This is my first time actually seeing something like this happen. This is kind of crazy. Let's look at this. CNN respondents in Kiev say the recent heard a series of blasts. We know that. Let's actually go here. Let's see some new updates right here.
In a town called Dnipro, which is right here. So if you draw a line here from Kharkiv to Dnipro, that would be the only thing that the Russian army would have to take. And then this waterway, the Dnieper River, forms a natural boundary. So now Putin could carve off essentially 1/3 of eastern Ukraine and be able to control the river and all of the exports that go down the river into the Black Sea. All of their domestic gas production is here, and this is one of the richest agricultural areas in the world. So if Putin's looking for a prize, Kharkiv, Dnipro, all the way down to Kherson as the forces come up from Odessa, and he owns this part of it. Whether he goes after Kiev itself, we'll wait and see.
If Putin goes after Kiev, by the way, I have to be saying it right. That guy's saying it right, so I have to be saying Kiev. If he goes after Kiev, like, it's a full-scale invasion. We are talking about China, Taiwan type of thing. Like, this is literally going in and taking away a part of a country.
See, only has about 30,000 troops up here to the north. That's a city of almost 4 million people if you take in the suburbs. So that's a tough thing. But we do know that what Mr. Putin wants is to teach the Ukrainian government a lesson, and if he can, to bring them down and create a puppet government in Kiev.
And tonight we've heard the sound of explosions in Ukraine. Help lay this out for us. What could a military operation look like? What does it include? Attacks on the ground, missiles in the air? What would this actually look like?
Yeah, we don't know, but what we do know is the Russian playbook. So the first thing that you do in a major invasion like this, where you are attacking a country with very capable surface-to-air missile systems, air defense systems, you would send in cruise missiles and surface-to-surface missiles in all those places where they had missiles that could take down your airplanes.
So that means you're going to send missiles that are more reactionary and preventative to other missiles that could end up hurting your resources. That would be the plan of attack if they went after them.
Once the skies are clear, then they'll launch more surface-to-surface missiles that are very accurate, could go after critical infrastructure, power plants, things like that, equipment areas, military command and control. Now that you have the skies clear and you have initial air defense taken out, now you can bring in your bombers, you bring in your attack aircrafts, and you pound the Ukrainian army from the air with no ability to defend themselves. At some point, given all the array of military ground forces we see here, Mr. Putin will come in to Ukraine in some way with some intent. Again, don't know if he wants to go after Kiev and bring down the government here, or whether he wants to carve off this eastern part.
This guy is talking about Putin literally carving up Ukraine. Like, again, Putin's right now is only invading 2 parts of Ukraine that he deemed as like separatist regions. But if this guy's correct, like, or the way ABC is presenting it right now is Putin's trying to go after the entire Ukraine, and Putin explicitly said we are not planning to invade Ukrainian territories in his address 2 days ago. Now, again, like, is he saying the truth or is he lying? Well, if he's planning to invade, then he's planning to go after everything.
Of the country. Remember that this is the rebel-held area of Donbass, but this is not all of the Donbass. All of the Donbass goes way out here. The rebel-held area is only about 1/3 of the Donbass. So if he said, I need to go in and retake the Donbass, he's got some work to do in here. But again, a line from Kharkiv to Dnipro down to Kherson would give him that 1/3 of the country, and maybe that's enough.
And Russia seems to have struck first here, so how can Ukraine respond? Are they prepared militarily to respond?
This is a good question. How can Ukraine respond? Let's see what his thoughts are on Ukraine.
To a Russian invasion.
They are much improved. The U.S. and NATO countries have been working with them to improve their military since they were whipped in 2014 by the Russians in the Crimea and in the Donbass. So they've gotten better. The problem is the Russian military has also gotten much better. Over the last 15 years or so, Mr. Putin has put a lot of money into improving the Russian military in a way that makes them a very, very capable military, once again, in sort of reflecting that past glory of the Cold War. That means that the Ukrainians, even though they sort of match up man for man on the ground, it still means that the technological advantages that the Russian army, Russian military, Russian Air Force has really is going to be no match. So will Mr. Putin be able to take large parts of Ukraine? Yes, it may take weeks, it may take months, but eventually he'll be able to do that.
That's insane. If he actually is able to take parts of Ukraine, like, again, and I'm trying to think of it from a stock market perspective, what does the market do? Like, because again, in 2014, when they annexed Crimea, the market didn't sell off. The market was like, okay, that sucks. Next. Right? So, like, imagine if you see this part where he's zooming in where the guy's hand is in the Dnepr River, all this part. Imagine Putin gets all of that. Like, they just invade all of that. Does the stock market react to that? Like how does that ultimately affect the U.S. equities? I mean, it's bad, but like as we've known with interest rates, after they're baked in, there's no more pain, right? Like even when inflation data was at 7.5%, the markets didn't even go down that day. I did a video that day of like, why aren't growth stocks dropping? They went down like maybe 1%. Because the market had baked in the fact that inflation was bad and that rates were going to be aggressive. So it's like, is the market going to bake this into? Is it going to drop tomorrow and then over the next couple of weeks the market's just going to bake in that there's a literal part of Ukraine that does not belong to Ukraine anymore? It belongs to Russia. Because at the end of the day, what is the United States going to do? We're not starting a war with Russia. No matter what the media says, that we're not doing that. We might sanction them. We might say, hey, step back. We might put some angry tweets out and put some statements in treaties. But we're not starting a war with a country that is one of 9 countries that has nuclear weapons. That's not happening. Crimea was not a full invasion of it. Yeah, but they annexed part of Crimea. I mean, they took Crimea from Ukraine. That is Russian-controlled territory. So I understand that it was not a full invasion, but even my question is, if there was a full invasion, what is the United States going to do? Like, you're not launching a war with Russia. That's not happening. Now, maybe I'm naive about that, and maybe Biden wants to get us into a full-on war over Ukraine, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think we get into a full war, which is what makes this so sad, because it's like, you can't get in a war, but you can't also let this happen. It is a massive human rights violation, so you're stuck within a rock and a hard place. But getting into a war is kind of insane. I don't think we're going to get into a war.
What he will not be able to do is be able to hold that territory. You think about it, it takes about 3 to 1 in terms of the number of troops. So if he has 150, 170,000 troops around here, if he's going to even hold this much of Ukraine, he's going to need double or triple that, and he can't afford that. He goes into an election in 2 years from now and can't have body bags coming home from some bloody occupation like he saw in Chechnya. So it's probably going to be a get in, get out. I think we heard that tonight where he says he doesn't want to hold terrain, wants to teach the government a lesson. What that lesson is yet to be seen.
For the Ukrainians' defense, how does the mobilization of reservists help?
Because really what they're going to have to do is fight sort of a militia, an insurgency. So remember we saw insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan that we had to fight. It's actually quite difficult because you have people who believe in the defense of their country, that they've been invaded by a country. They're very proud that the national spirit of Ukraine has grown since the independence in 1991 from Russia. So you have Russians invading and killing Ukrainians, and so what they're going to have to do after they eventually get overrun is to sort of go into the militias and fight a guerrilla war. And that ends up being very, very bloody, not only for the Ukrainians, but eventually for the Russians.
And Colonel, last question here. American troops are overseas right now. What kind of support could they provide Ukraine, and how will they engage?
All right, let's the last question, then we'll move on. How can America support Ukraine? Let's watch that.
Zero. It'll be the President Biden.
He said 0, guys. He said 0. This is my point. Like, I don't know what we can do.
Made it very clear that this is not our fight. So Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It's never going to be a member of NATO. Someday maybe it'll be a member of the EU, but it is not our fight. It's not NATO's fight, but it is still very, very concerning. If you think about it, Andrew, this part of the world has a really bad track record for small world wars turning into brush fires and world wars. So it's one of these things that needs to be watched because there's a lot of historical overhang here that's quite scary.
Russia is doing whatever they want. The United States can't do anything about it. Let's get into Twitter. What's going on into the Twitter spheres? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. What the hell is going? Look at this. Snowfall airing on FX. That's trending when there's literally a world war potentially. Like, Guys, imagine if you were a little kid right now, right? Imagine if you were a little kid. You probably don't care about anything that's going on, but like I'm up right now at 12 a.m. You guys are up right now. You guys are like, wow, how's this going to affect the stock market? Like everything's crazy. But if you're a child, like you don't know what the hell is going on. You don't care. Me laughing at all the World War III memes versus me when I realized Russia has actually invaded. Bruh. This is not the best. Look at the air. Oh, let's look at this video. Air raid sirens wail across Ukraine. This is Ukraine right now, guys. The country has just declared martial law. Imagine you in that country right now. Like, imagine the United States was getting invaded by Canada or something. Like, that's how crazy this is. What's the time right now in Ukraine? What's the time? Time in Ukraine. It's 7 in the morning. Well, you could go get some Dunkin' Donuts and get invaded. Cause would you like some invasion with your black coffee, sir? Would you like some Putin with your green eggs and ham? Like, what is going on, bro? Imagine waking up at 7 a.m. and you hear sirens going on and your country's declared martial law. I hope they cancel school for kids today. Like, that's probably not the best. Guys, big update. Russia's Moscow exchange has suspended all trading. Russia's Moscow exchange, let's look that up. Russia Moscow exchange suspends trading. Russia's Moscow exchange Thursday said it is suspending. Oh wow, this is from 6 minutes ago, guys. Let's look at this right now. Wow, Russian markets are closed. Russia's Moscow exchange Thursday said it's suspending all trading in the wake of the launch of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But what? Russian forces fired missiles at several Ukrainian cities and landed troops on its south coast, officials and media said earlier. Putin authorized what he called a special military operation in the east. This is not a talent show showing off your special talents. This is like full-on like authoritarianism. Russian market. This was updated 6 minutes ago, guys. This is like brand new. This just came out. This is a Russian time, February 24th, 10:37 a.m. Oh boy, let's look at this article as well. Wow. I'm gonna get to your comments in a second. Wow, this exchange will announce the resumption of trading at a later date. Yeah, it just came out. The Moscow Morning State Thursday morning has suspended all trading. Wow. All right, let's get to some comments. Let's read some comments. This is kind of insane. Not kind of. It means it's like it's bad. It's not good. It's not the best thing to happen. You know, it's not all peachy. And guys, the streams will get better. I'm just trying to get used to it, but it will get better over time. All right, let's read some comments. Get ready to buy the dip. Juan says, man, I've been buying the dip to buy the dip to buy the dip, and it just keeps on dipping. So at this point, I don't even know if I can keep buying the dip. Colby J Productions, it's not a full-on invasion. Don't believe everything you hear, especially coming from warmonger media. Yeah, look, I'm not saying it's definitely a full-on invasion. It's just like the perception of what it's doing to the stock market is that it's an invasion. And if Ukrainian's president is saying that it's an invasion, and they're launching martial law, because there's the capital of Ukraine is getting bombed and there's missiles. I'm not saying it's a full-scale invasion, but it's not good. And it's definitely closer to something bad happening versus something that the media is just spinning, right? I don't think the media is necessarily spinning this. I think one thing we have to talk about is everyone was blaming the media 2 weeks ago because independent news sources were like, oh, CNN and Fox and MSNBC, they're just trying to warmonger and fearmonger. And granted, they had good reason to blame them for that because that's what these institutions do because it gets clicks. But I don't necessarily know if they were fear-mongering now. Like, it seems like they ended up turning out right. Russia has invaded Ukraine. When I say that, it sounds like there's a world war. That's not what it means, but it does mean that they have launched a special military operation in eastern Ukraine, and there have been literal bombs and missiles that have gone off to the point where Ukraine has to deploy martial law. That is an invasion. Is it an invasion that literally swallows Ukraine and makes it part of the Russian Federation? No, and not yet, but it is naive to just say it is fear-mongering. I don't think it's fear-mongering, especially when Dow futures are down the amount they are down. I mean, it's likely not the most fear-mongering. Meet Kevin is the happiest man alive right now. Look, I've been struggling to try to figure out if Meet Kevin is actually happy or not, because the content that he's been coming out with isn't that much like the stuff that was a couple weeks ago where he just kept coming out with negative videos. Now it's more the stuff I liked him for originally, like a year ago, which was just pure analysis. I don't think Meet Kevin wants all this bad stuff to happen, guys. Now, granted, it doesn't make his sell look smart, sure, but I think he would have rather the sell looked smart without Russia invading Ukraine, with him being, because here's the thing to understand about Kevin. He spent hours and hours going through the Bloomberg terminal, and he's admitted all this stuff, trying to connect the dots around the money supply, inflation, and supply chains, not around geopolitics. Geopolitics is like somewhat of his logic, but it was not the majority of his logic. So, like, he did the right thing by selling if you're trying to time the market. Obviously, I don't think anyone should try because it's a very difficult thing to do. But this Russia-Ukraine thing, I don't think was the logic for why he did it. So it's, it's not necessarily the best. You're saying the audio is bad, low. Let me put the mic closer to me. You should be able to hear it a little bit better now, hopefully. Is it World War III or rate hike number 1? It's a good question. Definitely have some rate hikes because of World War III. He stopped coming out of super bearish because he was losing subs and people were attacking him in the comments. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's another reason he stopped being super bearish. I know Kevin loaded up around like $500,000 shares, or not $500,000 of Tesla shares at 860. He publicly said, I don't know if he sold out of that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's down on Tesla if that's the case. So that's probably not good. Cameron says Russia has low-key been slowly invading parts of northern Canada over the year. I did not know that, but I wouldn't be that surprised if they are. Thinking of Ukraine in this difficult time, these things are bigger than us and our trading occurrence. Picture yourself waking up to explosions with your children sleeping. Obviously, very good point. I mean, sovereignty and democracy is the basis for our ability as individual human beings to actually be on this planet and be alive. Like, there should be so much destruction and chaos that's not necessarily happening because we believe in individual democratic values, or at least a majority of the world does. Now, when that stuff is ruined and people are invaded and land and sovereignty and independence is stripped away from you, there are casualties as a result of that. And our trading accounts are a casualty, but the real casualties are people that are going to end up being hurt by this if this ends up being as bad as we think it is going to be. And like, at the end of the day, our trading accounts don't matter in comparison to this. And this is why I'm also an investor in Palantir, because it's like I've started to buy into this idea that Western democratic values are the best values in the world. And anyone who says differently is an idiot. They just are. They don't understand the nature of what it means to be a human being. This whole idea that we should have control over our own individual basis to be for our own pursuit of happiness, which is what happens in Russia, China, and North Korea. That's not a good way to live in the world. And the problem is those nations are so powerful, there is no way that we ever stop them from being authoritarian. The nations themselves have to have independent insurgencies, which are revolutions within the country, just like we did in 1776 against the British. But that's not going to happen, because who the hell is going to go up against Putin when he has nukes? Either externally from outside of Russia or inside of Russia. So it's like we got to kind of live with the fact that this is the world we live in, and that's why Palantir chooses to work with countries that have the best values at the end of the day, which is one of the main reasons that I think they're important. Carlos says, love you, Amit, love you back. Carlos, thank you for tuning into the stream. What are you drinking? Guys, I am drinking iced tea. I am not drinking anything. I haven't drank alcohol in a very long time. Code Strap. Reality gets a vote. I told you this in the interview, Amit. Literally told you the shit that's coming down the pipe is a result of 20 years of idiotic policy. Everyone, shout out to Code Strap. Thank you for being here, Code Strap. Yes, Code Strap did an interview with me. It's on my channel. It was called If You Don't Get Palantir Yet, This Is For You. And Code Strap, I asked Code Strap a really important question, which was, are Palantir the bad guys? And the reason I asked that question like that is because CodeStrap is a guy who's deep into the tech. He understands the finances and the geopolitical stuff, but he cares deeply about what technology is this company building and how is it going to affect the world. And when I asked him that question, him talking with his developer community, he's like, no, if anyone's the bad guys, it's China. If anyone's like, so this narrative that a company that's working with the government to provide them operational AI so that they can streamline their intelligence services are the bad guys is simply because there's a narrative in the United States by people that believe the United States is the worst country in the world, and companies that work with them to protect freedom, liberty, humanity, etc. are also bad, evil companies. Now, has the United States done bad things? Absolutely. But in the grand scheme of Russia and China killing people because they say something bad about their leaders, the United States does not come close to that. And you need technology companies at the core that are able to help them make sense of their data, their technology, all that stuff. So CodeStrap point was, imagine if China had something like a Palantir. And that's why when you see the stock price at $10, you're like, what? Like, this makes zero sense. Screw all the Seeking Alpha articles. What this company is doing is worth a lot of money. And in bad times, Karp said, bad times are good for Palantir. Why? Because I think in these situations, we will see a strength of Palantir ultimately being used by the government. And, you know, we might never know about that, but eventually we will see what happens. I mean, it sounds like he's running for the presidency, but I would never want to be a president, ever. Like, could you guys imagine being the president? That is crazy. Oh, I just got news. Tom Nash is jumping on the stream. Let me confirm this. So if you guys want to stay up for him, he will be joining us if that's the case. Let me make sure with him real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. And we'll see if we can confirm that. Cameron says, let me answer some questions and we'll get back to some of the other stuff. It sounds like he's running for presidency. Yeah, I don't think I would ever want to be a president because, like, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to make billions. And being the president, like, you get a Spotify exclusive deal like Obama did after being the president, but, like, that's not real money. Like, real money is making the next Spotify. You know what I'm saying? So that's important. I'm drinking water. That's very good. Wish I could buy drinks, but the Palantir dip is... Yo, drinks are expensive, low-key. Like, drinks, like, I went to the bar, not the other day, but, like, with my friends a while back, it's, like, $17 for a drink. That's insane, bro. Like, drinks are so expensive. Someone said, how do you have this much energy? I just think that this is a really interesting thing to talk about. And I think it gives me energy, and I just get energy when I'm energized to talk about different things. I guess that's the best answer. I could probably give a better answer, but that's not the best answer. Hold on. There was another question I wanted. Oh, do you smoke? I do not smoke. I have in the past, obviously. I think most people have, and I've had my experiences with it, and I've enjoyed it. I mean, like, I have done in the past, but now I have too many things on my plate. I think smoking does make you a little bit unproductive sometimes. At least for me, some people can keep doing it throughout the day, and it's fine. I can't do that. Okay, so Tom says 30 minutes. I don't know if you guys want to be up in 30 minutes. So put it in the chat. Are you willing to wait till almost 1 a.m. to see Tom? That is the question. If you're not, that's totally understandable. I get it. That's okay. That's fine. I don't know if you guys want to be up and cover this news over the next 30 minutes or you guys are ready to call it a night. But if you guys are ready to be up, then I will send him the link. Okay, so we're going to be up for the next 30 minutes. There's 227 people live. Even if we have 70 or something by the time Tom comes on, that's okay because it's cool. First live stream. We're covering breaking stuff that's happening right now. Let's do it. Tom Nash is a warmongering clickbaiter. I agree with you on clickbaiting. That's definitely true. People are going to be up. All right. Look, here's my thing, guys, with staying up late at night. Let's get a little philosophical, and then let's take 2 minutes of philosophy with Amit, and let's get back into Twitter and some Russian news. I believe that at night, when you are awake, there is something mystical happening, because when you're awake at night, there's something different than being awake in the morning versus awake at night when the rest of the world is asleep. And I think that's why news organizations have some of their best coverage at like 2, 3 a.m. when the entire world is sleeping, because there's something beautiful about just being awake and covering something that's happening very early in the morning. It's not late at night anymore. It's not super early in the morning, but it's like this peak of day where you're not supposed to be up, but you're up. As a result of that, I enjoy staying up a lot. Like I like being up in the middle of the night doing anything, whether it's watching videos or just talking and stuff. So yeah, let's stay up for the next 30 minutes and see what ultimately goes on. Midwest Cannabis says, I wish I could smoke, but my job piss and hair tests. Yeah, those job tests will definitely stop you from smoking. All right, let's discuss. Let's see. What are we doing? Okay, let's go to Twitter. Let's see what's going on in Twitter. Actually, let's go here. Let's go see some of the news real quick, and then we'll come back to Twitter.
Think about not being able to access your bank. And later this afternoon, we actually got word that some malware had been released. It's a data wipe malware, and it had infected, reports are up to hundreds of computers in Ukraine, and the damage that type of attack can cause could be significant depending on which places were targeted. And what some of the cyber experts are postulating, it's all pretty early to deduce everything, but they think that the DDoS attacks may have been launched to be able to distract from the other activities embedding the...
Tom, I see your comment. You'll join in 30 minutes. We're waiting for you. I'll send you the link in a little bit.
Very possible and likely that we will see more attacks kind of unfurl over the next few days, and with a particular focus on Ukraine. And the purpose of those is to try to cause more disruption, and in particular, damage and disrupt the ability to communicate.
All right, let's see what else is going on. What other coverage can we get on this stuff? Anyone have any YouTube videos on this stuff they want to cover that we could watch all together while we're waiting for Tom, and we'll talk a little bit. Let's go on Twitter. If you have any videos, put them in the comments. Insider trading is going on. I think Kathy knows something about Palantir, and that guys, hold on. I did this tweet today. Where's my tweet? I just Kathy sold off the remaining of her shares. Where's this thing? Right here. Kathy Wood has sold off her remaining 225,000 shares of Palantir. She's out. She's done with Palantir. What does she know that we don't know? I sound like a conspiracy theorist. It's crazy, but what the hell does this lady know that we don't know? How do you sell out of this company? Makes zero sense to me. Let's look at some of the responses people had. Nick, my friend, seriously, what does she know that we don't? See? It's not just me. I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it's not just me. Other people think it as well. If she needed the cash, there are many others to sell rather than liquidate her entire position. How embarrassing to buy such a large quantity in every fund only to sell. That's the worst part, guys. $380 million loss. That's insane. $380 million for this. Like, what the hell is going on? My only assumption is she believes that there are other equities out there in the marketplace that will give a faster 10x return compared to Palantir. Yeah, I guess it's Roku. So maybe it's Roku. I don't know. It means nothing. Could be she needs money. The only stock I bought because of Kathy is Tesla. Guys, if Kathy didn't have Tesla, she wouldn't have anything. I hate to say that, but like that's the sad part. And I love Kathy. I love Arc Innovation, but I mean that's the cold hard truth. So I mean I don't know. Are T-Doc and Roku going to be the next Teslas and Zooms? Like I don't know. There has to be something she knows that. See, it's not just me, guys. Other people are thinking there has to be something she knows that the rest of us don't. There's no way she was buying heavy in the 20s, expecting a minimum 15% growth year over year, where now that's a much higher rate and sell out of it. Again, I'm not selling out because she sold off. It's just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. All right, let's get into some of the notifications, or not notifications, what's going on in trending. Donbass, again, this is the region that was declared a separatist region. This is the special military operation happening right now. Oh, wow. This guy was killed in action on Donbass on February 21st. See, so people are already dying. Like, this is the sad part about war. Like, for all this crap that people say is bad in the world, the fact that we had relative peace until this happened, is something I think people forget about. It's very hard to get peace. And that's, now we don't have that much peace anymore. I really wish cable anchors on cable news would stop referring to Donbass as disrupted. It is not disrupted. It is Ukrainian territory, part of which is illegally occupied by Russia. Words and language matter, especially now. It's good to follow some people who talk about a blog about Russian politics so yeah, a lot of the people talking about Russian politics right now are really putting out information on what's going on. This year marks the centenary. What's the definition of this word? Let's look this word up right now. What's the definition of this word? The 100th anniversary of a significant event. Okay, the 100th anniversary of a significant event of the founding of the USSR, and now Putin is trying to reassemble it. He took Belarus without firing a shot, and now he is trying to take Ukraine by force. Okay, I'm an idiot. Did I not know Russia invade Belarus? When did this happen? Forgive me for my ignorance on this, guys. I don't know most about this history. When did Russia take Belarus? Let's look that up right now. We know about Crimea. I always say it wrong. Crimea. Russia-Belarus relations. Okay, so I don't know if he necessarily took it, but there is some stuff that so they have particular negotiations that allow them to take that. I really wish Russia must now be totally and completely cut off the global economy. See, that's not going to happen because there's oil. Because there's oil, that's not that's not necessarily going to happen. So that's not good. Someone says, any reason you're not in Tesla? I sold my Tesla pre-split for a loss, and I always felt so bad about it that I never wanted to get back in. And when I got back in, it was at 12, or when I was thinking of getting back in, it was at $1,000. It was $1 trillion company. I was like, there's no way this is going to 10x. Whereas Palantir is going to 10x way quicker than Tesla. Palantir to 10x becomes a $200 billion company. Tesla has to become a $10 trillion company. So I'm like, I'm not getting a 10x return on Tesla. So that capital could be better allocated to Palantir, right? It was just a question of opportunity cost of capital. So I don't think Tesla is necessarily overvalued given the growth potential of it, but I don't think it's a quicker 10x than Palantir. So at that point, that's the case. Chris, what's up? You're in the house. Yes. Tom is about to come in about 20 minutes. Chris, I saw you went live for like a little bit and then you were gone. Yeah, guys, this stuff is absolutely wild. Let's look at some more news with stuff that's going on.
On a nation, a sovereign nation, on Putin's border, killing thousands of civilians and military. This is a war crime. The ambassador is absolutely right. President Putin will go down with other war criminals, like in the past century.
Wow. I mean, yeah.
Who ordered attacks on innocent people, who ordered attacks on nations on their borders. President Putin will go down with that club, with that group of people, that group of war criminals.
Now that we're here, this crisis has been building for weeks. Do you think the United States and NATO allies did enough in terms of sanctions, in your opinion, beforehand to try and prevent what just happened here tonight?
So the NATO allies and the United States took a lot of steps before this happened, and that was a good thing. They moved a lot of troops. They moved a lot of units from the United States to Eastern Europe.
We're going to talk about NATO in a bit, guys. I actually have some inside information on NATO, so I'll tell you that in a second. Let's watch this for like another minute.
They moved a lot of U.S. forces from one part, from Germany, from parts of Europe into the eastern flank of NATO. Those were active steps, active deterrence. That was an attempt to deter President Putin from what he's done today. So that deterrence has now failed. And now we go into exacting the price. We said we were going to do this. We're going to exact a price for doing this on his economy, on him, on his industry. Now's the time to do that.
What could be the next move from NATO allies then if those sanctions did not deter Russia from invading?
So two things. One is to continue to provide and increase dramatically the assistance that now the Ukrainian military needs more than ever. The Ukrainian military is on its own. There are no NATO forces there to help them. to fight with them, fight alongside of them. So they need support. They need equipment. They need ammunition. They need the basis of resistance, and they are going to need then continued support to resist the Russians as they try to occupy. The Russians can get in. The Russians can get into Ukraine. There's no doubt about that. When they try to hold, when they try to do something, if they try to do what the general talked about in terms of replacing this government, they try to occupy a nation of 40 and 44 million people, many of whom, millions of Ukrainians will be...
44 million people. That's a lot of people. I just sent the Zoom link to Tom, by the way. That's why you saw me switching screens. But 44 million people, bro.
Fighting the Russians, the occupiers, on the streets of their villages and towns and forests. This will be miserable for the occupiers of Ukraine, the Russians, and the United States and other NATO allies from the NATO flank, from the eastern flank, will be supporting this resistance, these civilian resistance, the military resistance, the territorial defense forces. Ukrainians will fight. Their military will fight right now. Their territorial defense forces will then fight once the occupiers try to come into their, and the civilians will fight as well.
It's now dawn in Ukraine, a new dawn.
Bruh, this is wild. This is so wild, bruh. This is insane. NATO. Okay, let's talk a little bit about NATO. Let's have a little chat about NATO. Tom will be here in about 20 minutes, guys. Let's talk a little bit about NATO. Now, someone asked me in the chat, they said, hey, Amit, what do you do outside of YouTube? So I do a couple of things. Number one, I have a startup. I don't talk about it enough on my channel because I'm planning for the best moment to talk about it. It's not the time yet, but I will be talking about it soon enough. We actually might have some exciting news coming on that soon, but nonetheless, whenever that happens, that will happen. Okay, so that's one thing. Number two is I run a consulting firm for public speaking and communication. The reason I run a consulting firm for public speaking of communication is because in debate in high school I did debate. I got really successful at debate. I should show you guys some of this stuff. Okay, we'll show you in a second. And as a result, as soon as I graduated high school, I had a lot of people reach out to me to teach them how to publicly communicate and speak, right? So it turned into a business where people were willing to pay a decent amount of money for my communication skills. When you coach debate and you work with these clients, a lot of these clients are trying to win debate tournaments. So their incentive to pay you is so that you can provide them the coaching so that they can debate on a topic and then win the tournament. Why do they want to win the tournament? Because A, they want to be the best debaters in the country. And if you get coached by someone who is one of the 7th best debaters in the country in 2016, like myself, then you've got a good shot. And I've gotten a lot of kids to do really well at tournaments. And number two, you kind of you want to get into good colleges, right? So it looks good on like your college application if you like do good in debate or something. Like you can get to Harvard or Stanford or something. So as a result of that, I have to coach a lot of kids on a lot of different topics that they debate about. One of the topics that we're debating right now with one of the kids I'm working with is on balance, Turkey's benefit. On balance, Turkey's relationship with NATO is worse than good. I don't know if that makes sense. But the point is we're talking about if Turkey should be allied with NATO. So it's important to understand what the hell is NATO. NATO is an intergovernmental organization. And again, the reason I said I had inside information on this because I coached this topic for the past 2 months. So I've been researching so much about NATO. NATO is an organization that is not perfect, but is this like organization that says, okay, Russia and China don't like us. Russia and China are super, super mean. Russia and China don't believe in democracy. As a result of Russia and China not believing in democracy, what do we have to do? We have to create an institution that has some form of legitimacy. That institution needs to be an institution that is trying to spread democracy throughout the entire world. Now, does NATO always do that? No. Does NATO always succeed at doing that? No. But if NATO has the perception, the perceived legitimacy of being an organization that has allies across the entire world that believe in democratic principles and ideals, like not invading another country, respecting the sovereignty of our nation, not killing thousands of people simply because of your dreams to get back to the USSR of the glory days. That organization, for all the hate it gets, is going to be a powerful organization in the world and net better than a lot of the other crappy organizations that exist. Russia hates that Ukraine allies with NATO in certain moments, and Russia tries to do everything to get Ukraine to not be with NATO. Now, Turkey is also a part of NATO. Why is this controversial? Because Turkey is in the Middle East. The Middle East and none of the countries in the Middle East are part of NATO. Why? Because Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, these people don't believe in democracy the way the United States does. You could still get stoned to death if you're caught cheating on your husband. Like, those places are not the best places in the world when it comes to, like, human rights. As a result, they can't join NATO and get the benefits of NATO, which are economic security, military security, obviously financial aid, all that stuff, because they have to change their ways. Turkey is in the Middle East, and Turkey has a real democracy. Now, Turkey is still bad to women. Turkey is still bad to LGBTQ people. Turkey still has human rights violations. But Turkey is one of those strategic allies to NATO in the Middle East in a world in which NATO has 0 allies in the Middle East. So what does Turkey get out of this? Turkey gets a bunch of military and economic security. However, NATO gets a Middle Eastern ally. So for example, if NATO wants to set up counterterrorism efforts against Iranian nuclear weapons, they can rely on Turkey being an ally. This is a game of chess at the end of the day, right? Or not chess. There's another game that relies on strategic allies and partnerships. It's a board game. I'm forgetting the name of it. Comment it if you remember. But as a result of that, NATO has the ability essentially to use Turkey as a strategic ally in exchange for what it gives to Turkey. Turkey then gets the benefit from NATO, and then Turkey gets to offer, and do whatever it needs to do to be a part of NATO and be in its good graces. Now, the question is, why is Turkey the only Middle Eastern country to actually be part of NATO versus the other Middle Eastern countries? Well, the answer is Turkey wants stuff from NATO. Turkey wants to be part of the NATO crew. Turkey wants to be part of the United States, the European Union. I mean, we're talking about the most powerful institutions in the world. Turkey wants a seat at that table. Russia and China don't give a shit about being at the seat of that table. Russia wants to own their own table, and they want to govern the rules of that table in a fundamentally different way. Same thing with China. And this is why it's important to understand ultimately the history of NATO and how Tom just made a joke, and how NATO operates. So as a result of that, NATO is an important institution. It's incredibly interesting and important for NATO to be democratic and be alive. The problem is Turkey doesn't, or Russia doesn't F with NATO. Also, last thing I'll say on this, Turkey has done some shady stuff with Russia, which is why we're debating this topic, right? Just should Turkey be part of NATO? Turkey ordered S-400 military scale weapons from Russia. They bought the weapons from Russia. Now you might be like, oh, that's not a big deal. They just bought weapons from Russia. We buy stuff from China all the time. Yeah, but we don't buy military stuff from China. We buy cheap wallets. By the way, my mom paid $20 for this. I was so mad. I was like, Mom, this wallet probably costs 2 cents to make. Why are you paying $20? I hate when she pays over. She just loves paying with it. But anyway, so if Turkey bought military style weapons from Russia, that insinuates that Turkey and Russia have a form of military relationship, which is really bad. And that's not necessarily the best. Coach Rep says, dude, admit, love you, please stop. Look, everyone in the U.S. under 35 who's registered in the selective service understand too. Coach Rep, please expand on that. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there. Registered in the selective service understand too. So I'll finish off my thought. As a result of that, because Turkey and Russia have certain relationships as well, that's what makes us doubt Turkey as a key ally of NATO. So because Turkey is a key ally of NATO, because Turkey has key relationships with Russia, we're like, why should they be part of NATO? So my point is, this stuff is really complicated. It's really not as intuitive to understand. And it's the wild, wild west out there. It's the wild, wild west when we're trying to talk about Russia, trying to talk about NATO, and try to analyze all of this stuff. Okay, let me get into the comments. I definitely just ran on a rant. Coach Rap says, please don't talk about NATO. I like you. I'm sorry, Coach Rap, if I pissed you off. I don't know if I said anything good or if I said anything bad that pissed you off. But the core point I was trying to make is that NATO is a perceived organization that tries to be more of a democratic institution writ large. Hopefully that's the case. Dude, everyone in the U.S. 135 version selective service. Selective service is draft. Okay, I'm still confused though, Chris, what he's trying to say. Are you going to be loading up on Palantir if it hits 5? No, because I don't have any money. I have bought the dip completely. Completely bought the dip. So, no. No more politics. You will be on the line. Okay. Politics is a very... Well, the thing about this, though, is this whole thing is political. This whole Russia and Ukrainian stuff. But nonetheless, I hope you guys get what I was trying to say. I never want to be political on the channel. Like, that's not my goal at all. But with a stock like Palantir, it's also important. It's like, sometimes these conversations get political. Me, Chris, and Sachin just had a podcast where we were talking about politics at the end of the day. Because this stock is it's inherently political. So the point of NATO is they try to spread democracy. Are they the best at it? Probably not. Are there problems with it? Obviously, yes. But nonetheless, NATO is one of those organizations that plays a crucial part in the world. And Turkey's relationship with NATO, Russia's relationship with NATO, all of this stuff matters deeply. And it's important to sort of underlies how this stuff plays out. Okay. Tom Nash is coming in 10 minutes. Just texted me. Yeah, the minute you turn 18 in the US, you have to register for selective service. Got you. Bitcoin might dump under 30K at this rate. Let's see where Bitcoin is at. Give me 1 sec. Let me load it up. Let's load it up. Where is Bitcoin? Where is it? Bitcoin's back under 35,000. 34,000. Volume. Why is the volume low? Hold on. Let me make sure the volume's not. The volume is all the way high on mine, guys. Oh, hold on. Okay, try now. How's the volume now? Is that way better? Text me real quick. Is that way better? The volume should be way better based on what I just did, I think. I hope. Okay, hopefully it is. If not, I have to get a better mic. Yeah, Cameron says it's not politics, it's geopolitics. Yeah, it's geopolitical. I mean, this whole thing is geopolitical. It's hard not to talk about NATO and this stuff when it's all geopolitics that's going on. $34,457, guys. That's where we're at Bitcoin right now. This is absolutely insane. Let's look at some of the comments real quick. The S400 is supposedly capable of intercepting. Yeah, so this is the point. Ernesto makes up a good point. The S400, the thing that Turkey bought from Russia, the military device, it is capable of intercepting the F-35 and F-22, which are the fighter jets that the United States created. So why is Turkey buying military-grade equipment that can intercept United States, which is its ally in NATO, because it's part of NATO, fighter jets? Like, that's not a good sign, right? And that's why I'm saying on this topic that I coach my kids on for debate, which is should Turkey be part of NATO or not be part of NATO? This is the type of stuff that we have to explore. Great comment by Ernesto. This is the stuff that's really interesting to understand. You said volume is good. Okay, cool. Why is Bitcoin down? Well, Bitcoin's down because Bitcoin is down. I mean, so Bitcoin is down to me because the market doesn't see Bitcoin as like some inflationary hedge. They see, or some like some coin that is against all principles of the market. Bitcoin is down because the Dow futures are down. Like, that's why Bitcoin's down. Now Bitcoin's more volatile, so Bitcoin's down really badly. Sleepy Joe is trending. Should I click on this? Because you guys just said no politics. But, oh my gosh. Yeah, let's not do it. No politics. Politics suck. That's why I don't want to be a politician, guys, because I'm like, I want to make money. I don't want to be a politician. All right, let's look at some more news. We got about 5 more minutes waiting for Russia. I said waiting for Russia, waiting for Tom. But Tom is Russia, right? So basically it's the same thing. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. This guy's in Melbourne. Huh, let's
2014.
Okay, let's look at this for about 2 minutes.
And so, you know, this is very much a president who sees himself as a man who wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. He actually earlier this week said that that wasn't what his ambitions were. He'd heard in the media, I think, probably from world leaders, that this had been the challenge to him, that he was somehow hell-bent on recreating a Russian empire. He said, that's not what it is. I'm just defending I'm just defending my homeland and I'm defending people in eastern Ukraine, but the evidence is clearly that this is exactly what he's doing. And as we heard there from Ian, it is not just now going to be the eastern parts of Ukraine that will be his focus. It may well be the rest of the country, because we heard in that speech back on Monday, he doesn't believe that Ukraine should exist. He believes that
He does not believe that Ukraine should exist. That was his point. He does not believe that Ukraine should exist, guys. Like, that's why this is such a big deal. Now, how is the market going to react to it? That is the question.
This is a country which is within the former USSR and the former Russian Empire. So I think it's very, very scary, honestly, the language that he was using, and we'll just have to wait and see what exactly happens next. Andrew?
And what about the relationship between these two nations? Can you describe to us how everyday Russians view their Ukrainian neighbors? And do you think Russians expected this to happen? Describe for us how this has been reported in Russia, if you will.
All right, how is this reported in Russia? We're going to see how state media has been talking about this in Russia. This is very important.
Well, I don't think Russians did expect this to happen, to be honest. I mean, obviously, it depends who you ask, but there's been a sort of level of sort of suspended disbelief about the possibility of invasion. There have been moments where people have been scared or shocked by a development. I think Vladimir Putin's original speech, when he addressed the nation saying, it sounded like a president who was preparing his nation for war. I think the law that passed here in the parliament, which gave permission for the army to go into a foreign country, that was the same law that was passed in 2014 to allow the annexation of Crimea. That got people thinking here, I think, and of course that televised Security Council meeting, that has never happened before. So there have been moments that have broken through the suspended disbelief, but most of all, I think people a lot of them didn't think this was going to happen. People regard Ukrainians as their brothers. They have a shared history.
That's important. Russian people don't hate Ukrainian people, and same vice versa. They like each other. Putin is just like, nah. I'm trying to get Facebook at a better price, so let's do this.
Shared culture. Vladimir Putin said that. Of course, he uses that as a reason that it shouldn't exist. Regular Russians, a lot of them will have very strong ties to Ukraine, and they'll be waking up now really, I think, very worried about what is happening. But they will be told, as they have been so far, that this is not an offensive military operation.
That's the key. Russians are going to be told this is not offensive. And if Russians are told this is not offensive, then they're likely going to feel that it's okay. Obviously, it's state propaganda and stuff. Now, it seems like it's offensive, but it hasn't reached the level where it's like, oh my goodness, like this entire country is going to belong to Russia. So the question again, and this is my question, I was like, is the market actually going to react to this at a level at which it sells off completely? And that's what we're going to find out tomorrow. One more minute of this and we'll move on.
This is the defensive one. So there will be a sense of reluctantly accepting the need to enter Ukraine rather than supporting a president who is hell-bent on rebuilding.
We have CNN live right now as well. Let's see if they have some people who are talking. Let's see what we can get. I'm going to have to subscribe to CNN. I saw them live on some stuff. I saw Don Lemon was live interviewing some people.
Are positioned to support anytime.
Okay, let's go back to Twitter. Let's look at some of the comments, and then we'll keep talking. Let's pull up Twitter. Let's pull up this. Tom will be here in a second, likely a couple more minutes. We'll get his analysis from a Russian, because to be honest, I don't know anything that's going on. I'm just like you guys. I'm trying to understand this stuff, trying to analyze it, but it's pretty bad. Jez Pence is glad I filled up my gas tank. Bruh, I filled up my mom's. I didn't fill it up. I just put $20 in her car yesterday at $3.50. It's going to be like $3.70 tomorrow. Palantir probably got drafted by NATO. What is going on? Okay, the two prices for Palantir, either $9.69 or $4.20. That's what we need. That was one of the comments I just saw. That's amazing. Palantir, good old Palantir, $10 Let's see what StockTwits is saying about Palantir. You guys know about StockTwits? StockTwits is like Twitter for stocks. That's why it's called StockTwits. I used to be on it a lot, but then I just started going on Twitter because I was like, why am I on StockTwits? But they do have some interesting commentary sometimes around Palantir. Let's look at what StockTwits is saying. Better leave this falling knife. Today going to be ugly. Sometimes you have bears, sometimes you have bulls. You just have a mix of stuff. War would be good for Palantir, don't you think? That's the narrative. And I think, yes, it would, but I don't want there to be a war just for that. LOL, already added cash to my brokerage. It's going to be bloody tomorrow. Hey, bulls, remember music to my ears. What is this? Sham Shankar sells $2 million in Palantir. Is this old news or is this new news? I don't know if this is old or new. If it is new, then that means our boy just sold 2,194,000 shares at $10. I think this is new. Sham sold 192,000 shares at $10.62. Are there details here? Okay, here we go. This is the news right here. Palantir, date of earliest transaction. These all seem like they were pre-planned, though, guys. I don't know about that. I have to make sure if they're pre-planned. I think a lot of these have to be pre-planned. So he sold 251,000, 251,000, 93,000, 93,000, $10.06. Damn. So he sold at what looks like the bottom for Palantir. Yeah, these are probably, this is not something that he did today, right? These are pre-scheduled sales. So he likely had scheduled these months in advance. But nonetheless, he's selling for a pretty bad price at $10. I mean, Karp was selling at 25. Peter was selling at 25. All right. I don't know if this is crazy breaking news. This stuff happens all the time. $10 is a horrible price to be selling at, but these are pre-scheduled sales, so he kind of couldn't control what the price was. I mean, if the price was at $3, he would have had to execute those sales at $3 as well. So yeah, these are the Karp sales in November. This was when he had to exercise his options. Okay. So we just got sales. This is the most latest sale from Sham. 194,000 shares. Okay. Let's keep going there. We'll probably talk more about that later, but just a news update that is there. Okay, holding. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, guys, that gold. Palantir bought $50 million of gold to counter Black Swan event. This was not a bad investment because gold is up right now. And gold is probably going to do good if there's a full-on invasion and equity sell-off. So that's not the worst thing in the world. So that gold, I mean, that was a pretty good sale. This is what I was talking about. Palantir received a $34 million contract. Software order from the intelligence from an intelligence data platform. Now that's part of the $800 million that Palantir is bidding for, but they got 34 out of that 800 million secured. This is from a very legit website, Defense Daily. $34 million software procurement order from the Army in support of its Service Battles Command Intelligence System, now known as the Army Intelligence Data Platform, AIDP. This is the type of stuff that makes me think Palantir is thriving with what's going on with Russia, because Gotham is being loaded up right now. I mean, like, to me, this Gotham thing is being loaded up. We have the Dark Knight is being loaded up right here. This is Palantir's world right now. This is what's going on right now because of Gotham. This is the reason for all this stuff. Wild stuff. So $34 million contract. Let's go through a couple more things, then we'll move on. Quote from Alex Charp. Of China and Russia, he said, we should not ever underestimate how sophisticated these countries and cultures are. To the moderator's follow-up question about who might be on our tail, Karp argued that we can't be complacent about the technological capabilities of China and Russia. Yeah, these are highly developed, highly worthy in the sense that they can produce things that we can produce, or better if we're not careful, adversaries. And in both cases, we would be remiss not to put our best foot forward. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. When it comes to AI and specifically its military use, he warned, the capabilities are not going to be even. And I believe that if one country has a nuclear bomb and one has a set of dull knives, the country with the bomb is going to define how the world works. And that's the overall thesis for Palantir. Again, the way the world works is determined by the people that have the power to impose their ideologies on the world. You want Western values being imposed on the world more than dictatorial values, right? And that's sort of the reason for why Palantir might be getting booted up right now to be used. Tom is going to be here in 3 minutes. I just got the message from him. I know you guys are waiting 3 minutes. He's going to be up in 3 minutes. He's just loading it up right now. Palantir bought 50 million ounces of gold because their predictive software... Yeah, that's the crazy part. Did their predictive software find up this part? That's the crazy part. That is the crazy part. All right. We're gonna start this live stream in a minute. All right. So here's what I'm gonna set up the Zoom call. So I sent him a Zoom message. Let me start this call. He's gonna join in a second. Open Zoom meetings. Woo! 1 a.m. 240 people. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. It means the world. Let me turn off the camera in this angle. So that I can turn on the camera on Zoom. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just make sure I can do this. Give me 1 sec. I will figure this out. Let me just turn this off. Okay, webcam. Oh, here we go. Yes, there we go. Okay, now let's see if this works. Yes, there we go. Sources, display capture. Okay, let me know if it works. Let me know if you guys see me on Zoom. I think it should. It should be working in 2 seconds. And then it's going to be working. Then we're good. Oh, hold on. It's there. I'm going to fix it. Nope, it's good. There we go. Boom. We're good. We're good. All right, now we just got to wait for Tom, and then we're going to start. That's how we're doing this. All right, let me read off some comments while we're waiting. 1 a.m. in East Coast. Amit is working tirelessly. This is just interesting, man. This is really cool. First live stream. Very happy you guys are here. Guys, I will be live streaming the market completely starting March 1st or February 28th. We're going to be live streaming the market every day, every morning. We are going to be talking about what goes on in the market, and we're going to do this. For those who don't know, I am trying to go for it on YouTube. I am trying to go for the stocks, investing, finance world. I think there's an opportunity in life. You don't have many opportunities. I think there is an opportunity. So I'm going all in. And if we can do it, I think it'll be really fun. It'll be really interesting, and it'll open up opportunities, which is the goal of doing this. So nice, you got the handle on OBS. OBS is good. It's a little complicated, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Let's read off some other comments. Tom should be joining in a second. Appreciate your content, my man. Nick, I appreciate you. Audio is chill. Audio will get better. This is the mic we're using right now. This mic is a $50 Amazon mic. We will get a better mic, but it gets the job done. It's a decent audio mic. Going all in my next paycheck. Not financial advice, your opinion what to do, but I don't know if you should go all in, given the instability that's going on right now. Even I started to not go all in well. Why 3-1? I don't know, just starting March 1st. It's actually going to start next Monday. So what's next Monday? Next Monday is the 28th, so it's going to start on the 28th. We're going to do the 28th. Coach Strap, appreciate you, mate. You have incredible talent for this. Thank you, Coach Strap. I appreciate you and appreciate everything you contribute to the Palantir community. Coach Strap is one of those people that like if you guys saw our podcast, first of all, how many views did that podcast get? Let's check that out right now. How many views did that podcast get? Let's look at that right now. Because that podcast was amazing. I was going to say, to talk to someone for an hour, 13,000 views on that. Amazing. That's all you, Coach Strap, because that's basically the top 5 videos of the channel. For someone to spend an hour and 17 minutes of their life breaking down all the technical components. Look at these chapters of Palantir, and 13,000 people got to see it. I mean, that's just absolutely amazing. So shout out to Coach Strap. If you guys haven't seen his channel is right here. If you guys have not subscribed to him, I think most people in the live have likely subscribed to him. Let's give him a subscribe right now, because he deserves it with the technical information he's putting out when it comes to Palantir. Let's load up his channel. My computer's being a little slow. I will get a new computer eventually. It's just a little slow. Puts out a lot of good content on Palantir, talks a lot about all this stuff, does great analysis. Definitely give him a subscribe right now. Appreciate you, Code Strap. All right. For the algorithm, you might want to transfer your live streams to another channel. I disagree with that. I don't think the algorithm on YouTube wants... Guys, I've studied this for a long time. The algorithm on YouTube wants as much content as possible, and they want it to be optimized. So as long as the live streams do decent, meaning maybe like a couple hundred people tune in, which I know is hard. I'm expecting like 50 to 70 people every day until we really grow. I think the algorithm's going to be okay with it. I don't think you need to, because also growing a separate channel to get people to come to that channel, it's difficult. You'd rather do it in one place. Additionally, those views will count up over time with the algorithm. So it'll all be accounted for, even if, the click-through rate is bad, or even if the channel doesn't grow it immediately at the moment you go live. All right, Tom is in the building.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. I had better days, not because I was wrong, which is quite evident at this point.
You've been wrong. You've been wrong a lot for the past week.
Yeah, I think I'm going to change my channel name to I Was Wrong, Nash. I have no problem being wrong. We spoke about it offline. But in this case, I'm really bummed out that I got it wrong. Because this is like, money and stocks. You're wrong, you're right. You win some, you lose some. This is some real life shit. And this is the one time I did not want to be wrong, and it actually bothers me because of the immense loss of life. So imagine like kids, like instead of going to schools and kindergartens, fucking afraid of getting shot. A democratically elected government which is about to get overthrown. Lots of soldiers that will die. Lots of Russian soldiers, 18-year-old kids who have no idea what the fuck's going on, are going to die. It's going to be a lose-lose for everyone. That's why I said in my analysis always, I said I don't think it's going to happen because nobody's going to win. Not even Putin, bro. Like, he's just going to galvanize the international community against him.
But why is he doing this? Like, if you said that he's not going to win, what is he getting out of this? Because it doesn't seem like he gets anything out of his ego. So why is he doing this?
Well, that's there's the whole theory. Okay, so do you know?
Hold on, real quick. People are saying your audio is not direct. Let me fix this real quick.
What do you mean audio is not direct?
Your audio is not coming in as well as it could be coming in. Give me 1 sec. I think that might be on my end.
No, it's probably on my end. Hold on, let me check audio on my settings. One second. It might be coming in from my internal speakers.
Yeah, they're saying Tom's audio is low.
Wow. No, it should be okay on my end. On my end, it says that...
It says much better now. Okay, cool.
Okay, it's better?
Yep. All right, keep going.
So, do you know this famous clip from The Simpsons?
No, I'll let you share
with the
your
USSR?
Screen. No, you can share your screen if you want to show.
Okay, so I'll tell you in a second. You know who Barbara Tuchman is? The American author and historian?
No, I do not.
So Barbara Tuchman, or Tuchman, whatever you want to call her, she was born in 1912 and died in the late 80s. So y'all probably never heard of her, but as a geek who loves history and reads history books and geeks over this stuff, I read her shit. And she's one of the more prolific political writers of our generation. And she basically said, she has a whole theory about how every major political decision, which people later analyze as this sort of geopolitical interest games and whatnot, was all motivated by ego. Like she gives examples, crazy examples, now how Louis, the King of France, didn't feel that the revolution is coming. For 2 years, he basically missed the opportunity to crush the rebellion until they were, basically taking over the Bastille, because he was obsessing about his wife cheating with his brother. And he was obsessing about that for a whole 2 years, and basically he woke up too late and people think, well, how did he miss this? She basically says, at the end of the day, these are all like regular human beings with emotions and egos and fucking agendas, and it's not this simple mathematical analysis. At the end of the day, some of the world's most critical decisions, or you can look up Barbara Tuchman, but she says some of the world's critical decisions were made out of ego.
How do you spell it? Barbara what? I see.
Tuchman. Barbara Tuchman.
Is she like Ayn Randian type of person?
What do you mean?
Like, does she believe in like rational egoism and stuff like that, or?
Irrational.
Irrational. Okay.
That's the whole idea. She says it's all irrational. It's all emotional, and the people who are in charge are just human beings. So they just basically.
But that still doesn't answer the question, because you're saying Putin is irrational, but he has an economy to take care of.
No. I'll tell you in a second. I'll explain his rationale. If that's interesting to you, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, because I just don't get it. Like, I don't know why he's doing this. Like, I'm like, maybe you can shed some light on it.
I'll explain why he's doing it. I want to show you a clip. And I just want to point out that, can we agree that Matt Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, is a time traveler? Can we agree on this, both of us?
Yes.
Okay, we know this for a fact. I mean, the dude predicted, like, a lot of improbable things. Trump getting elected. You know, we can do all day the list, the shit he predicted. So I want to show you something he predicted. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have audio?
We should.
We have
yes.
audio?
Yeah.
We have audio?
On this, play it. Let me see if there's audio.
Okay, let's go.
Early this year, as a nuclear sub was hijacked by local man Homer Simpson.
Oh my God! I told him that photo would come back to haunt him.
Could Homer Simpson be a communist? His father spoke out on his behalf.
My Homer is not a care.
The Soviet Union will be pleased to offer amnesty to your wayward vassal.
The Soviet Union? I thought you guys broke up.
Yes, that's what we wanted you to think.
It's funny, but it's true.
Yeah, The Simpsons.
You saw the clip?
Yeah.
So that clip explains to you why. This kind of is the main reason why he's doing it. So I talked about it in one of my videos. And for people who are saying that Matt is brilliant but not a time traveler, motherfucker, you know how many stuff... hold on a second. You know what? Why am I making a case that was made better than me? Okay? You know who Pat McAfee is?
I believe I've heard that name before, yes.
Used to be the punter for the Indianapolis Colts. You know who I'm talking about? You're a very colorful guy. He has a very successful podcast. Okay.
I feel like I've heard of,
Okay. I don't want to make a case worse than somebody already made it. So check this out.
Time anomaly. Happens 2 times, it's like, oh, okay, maybe. But whenever there's a trend of 18 plus, 20 plus things being predicted, you got to go like, hey, Groening, the gig's up. We know. You're a time traveler. Just tell us. Bro, I just want to talk to you. I got so many questions. Siegfried and Roy tiger attack. Do you remember that?
Of course.
Do you remember back in the day how tight Siegfried and Roy were with their tigers? It was like every main story was like, oh, these tigers are the best behaved animals on earth, blah, blah, blah. Simpsons in 1993 said the tiger is going to turn. This little friendly tiger is going to become an enemy of Siegfried and Roy quickly, and it's going to happen. 2003, it actually happened. Autocorrect errors, 1994. Before you could even play Snake on the gray little box phone, they predicted that autocorrect will happen on your phone. Are you kidding me? Didn't happen until 2007. FaceTime, 1995. Not even a thought. I don't even know if anybody knew what the fuck the internet was.
Oh, that little mark with the A and then the ring around it? At? See, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm. No,
what is internet anyway?
In 1995, they said, don't worry, you'll be carrying around a device where you will be face-to-face with somebody on the opposite side of Earth. 1995, they said that. 2010, it happened. Faulty voter machines. 2008, they predicted it. 2012, it became the forefront of conversation in a big, big wave. I assume these voter machines have been up in question for a long, long time, but they just knew that it was going to come to fruition in 2012.
No, I want to vote for Obama.
2 votes for McCain.
Come on, it's time for a change.
3 votes for McCain.
The God particle. Now, this is the big one.
It continues on and on and on, the Trump election and everything. So, all I'm saying is that I think Pat is right. I think Pat is right. It's too many times he got it right, bro. I mean, how could you predict something again and again and again? I don't know. Maybe he's just a very, very smart guy. But to answer your question, Amit, why the fuck this is going on?
Can you stop cursing, please? I need some money from YouTube, right? I need
sorry. They're not gonna demonetize you if I say fuck once. It's only if I say fuck multiple times it's gonna demonetize you. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say fuck again ever. Fuck me, I just did it again. Shit, fuck, I'm sorry.
I don't have 4,000 Patreons, Tam. I can't afford this. I said Tam, Tom.
I'm about to lose like 70% of them on account of being wrong like 17 times in a row.
Bro, you keep making these predictions. No, I remember on the Russia podcast we did at the 55-minute part, you're like, yeah, I shouldn't make predictions, but I don't care. Nothing's gonna happen.
No.
And I'm just like, okay.
Bro, there's the I'm Becoming Stephen A. Smith. You know the compilation of everything he got wrong. Like every year, whoever he picks loses the finals.
Every year. Hey, because you're Russian, I'm drinking tonight.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But
it's iced tea. It's not alcohol.
Do we have enough in the audience that's interested in why this is happening?
Yeah, 322 people. First of all, thank you for joining us live. Put your comments or questions in the chat. Do you want to talk about Russia? Do you want to talk about Palantir? We've covered a lot tonight.
I just posted this on my community feed, so maybe some more people will join.
We were at like 260, so I think this bump is because of you. So thank you for that. Very cool.
No problem, bro. But okay, so I'll explain. Somebody says no monetization for you. It's the Seinfeld reference for those of you who got it. Amit is like an old soul. There's the old-time references that 40-year-olds like works with you when you have my age, motherfucker.
That's true. Yeah, you're not that old. Soul. 40 is the new 20, to be honest. Like 40.
How do you remember stuff that I grew up watching, like John Starks and the Knicks and shit? I don't know how you're. It's like you. It's like you're an old soul.
I'm curious about the world. I just like knowing stuff, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so why this happening? So if you look at, and I think that's why Barbara Tuchman was 100% right. So there's no single point of interest that will lead us to the conclusion that something had to be gained from this. Obviously, Ukraine has nothing to gain from this. That's kind of obvious, right? So nothing in it for Ukraine. Russia has nothing to gain from this because they're going to be galvanizing the entire world against them. They're going to push Europe into finally doing what they were fearing doing 20 years. Europe has been embroiled in a debate. You know, in the US, we have these debates about gun control. That nothing happens, but people keep talking about it. So for the past 20 years in Europe, people are talking about diversifying European energy suppliers because everybody's dependent on Russia, and they're saying, well, this can continue. And finally, and you saw the beginning with Nord Stream 2, that Europe is waking up and saying, we had a German official come out yesterday and say, hey, we're too dependent on Russia. We can't let this continue regardless of the war. So he's basically causing the EU to actually finally move away from Russian gas and maybe bring back nuclear energy, maybe buy some gas from the Arab world or Australia or the US. I don't know how it's going to work. But essentially, Europe, he's galvanizing the EU, which was falling apart after the Brexit. The EU was shaky. Now everybody. So, and beyond that fact, he's showing his cards. Like up until now, he could have claimed that he's not trying to reunite the USSR, like in the Groningen joke. But this latest move, apart from reunification of the old USSR nations, it has nothing to gain. He already uses Ukraine to move gas through it. There's nothing there for him. Like, to take over Ukraine means you have to be the custodian of this massive country that pretty much half of it hates you. So it would really be just for the sake of this legacy. Putin wants to be in history Leninized. He wants to be Stalinized. He wants to be the guy who brought back the USSR from the ashes. That's the only reason that makes sense. And that would mean that what we're seeing right now is one guy, like Barbara Tuchman said in her books, is one guy taking his own personal agenda, 70-year-old obsessed old man, trying to create a legacy around him, dragging the entire continent, maybe more, into a freaking quasi-World War III. Just for
Let me ask you a question. If he invades Ukraine, can the United States actually do anything? Like, let's say he full-on invades, like worst-case scenario. The United States can't do anything because they're not going to launch a war with Russia, right? So like,
Well, they would have if Ukraine was already part of NATO, but because Ukraine. So according to, I don't know if you guys, I know Amit probably knows about this, but the way NATO works is that any attack, I think it's Section 5, it says that any attack on any member country of NATO is an attack on all the member countries of NATO.
Yes.
So basically, that means that if Ukraine was already part of NATO, then they would have to respond. But now they don't have to, and also they don't want to be honest. And it's not going to happen. And nobody's going to send troops over there to fight with Russia. So they're pretty much on their own. And that
so they're on their. So if it's Russian military against Ukraine military, best military wins for the sovereignty of the land. Russia theoretically could do this. They could take over if they wanted to.
It's not really the best military, it's the biggest military. Because Ukrainian military is not bad. They've gotten so much better over the past 8 years. They've really modernized their military force across the board. But Russia has such a size advantage. It's like Shaq playing in the low post against Maxi Bogues. It's no point. It's game over. They have too much size. So that's not going to help Ukraine.
Are sanctions going to do anything in your history of researching sanctions? Do they do much?
The only sanction that can actually work, and even that is limited, if they take off Russia off SWIFT. They just take them off the monetary system. Take Russia off SWIFT, that's going to fuck with them, for real.
What is SWIFT?
SWIFT is the international system of wiring money around the world. So if you ever wanted to send money across the board, and you don't want to use Bitcoin or crypto, that's the only way to do it.
Code Strap says, never would have happened if Europe was energy independent. Solar and wind made Putin. Thoughts to that?
Yeah, he's right. So basically what happened, Code Strap has a good point, and I'll elaborate on this since I'm a geek of history. So I like to dig into this stuff and geek over this stuff. By the
real
way,
quick. I started streaming at 10 p.m. I have not peed since then. I need you to talk about this for 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, you got it, bro.
I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Boom.
No worries. So the way this works is that Code Strap is right. And in 2011, Germany made a strategic decision that would forever change its fate. To completely galvanize Russia as the dominant force in Europe. In 2011, Germany decided that it will no longer operate nuclear gas. Nuclear gas. I don't know what the fuck is nuclear gas. Oh, fuck, I cursed at the stream again. Germany is no longer going to operate nuclear power stations. And also, in addition to that, they also made the decision to phase out coal power plants by 2030. So essentially, they took out nuclear and they're taking out coal. That leaves them with only one energy source, which is natural gas. And the main provider of natural gas on the continent is Russia. So de facto, they've become 60% dependent on Russia. 60% of Germany's main energy source is coming from Russia. That creates a really scary balance of power, and that creates a lot of leverage and clout for the supplier. And that's what Code Strap is referring to. I completely agree with that. It gotten worse with Germany and Italy, but other countries is also as dependent. So when you take, I was actually talking about Amit.
I was peeing and I heard you say the F word twice. I hate you so much. Like I really hate you so much.
I'm a fucking dumbass. So anyways, listen. No, we're not gonna. I promise you, we're not gonna get demonetized. Right. I predicted we will.
Yo, you're becoming Kramer, bro. Everything you say, I'm just like.
Everything I say, just go. Maybe I should predict that we will get demonetized. Yeah. But basically, when Germany made the decision to go off nuclear and go off coal, they've basically empowered Putin. So Code Strap is 100% right.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Juan Valdez has a very interesting comment. He says it stinks that Ukraine gave up their nukes. So there's more nuance there, guys, and I'll explain. It's not that simple. It's not as simple as you might have thunk. So back in the day, you remember how USSR broke apart, and after the breakup, Ukraine was a sovereign country, and they inherited 1/3 of the nuclear arsenal of Russia. It's a massive nuclear arsenal. And what happened is that in the following years, they basically gave those nukes back to Russia. The reason they gave the nukes back to Russia, you would say, why the hell would they do it? Is for two reasons. Reason number one, they were pushed and pressured to do this by U.S. and the entire, international community, and they got money for this, investments, infrastructure. They got paid really handsomely, and also they got assurances from the U.S. and the EU that they will be protected if Russia ever invades.
Yep.
So we know point number two never. They didn't. It didn't work. And the nuance here is that they really had no choice, not because of the money, because it was an aging communist era nukes that they couldn't operate, they couldn't maintain. It was basically a ticking time bomb. They couldn't fire these. They didn't have the source codes for this. They didn't have the manpower or the budgets to maintain it so it doesn't blows up. We're talking like 50, 60-year-old nukes that are basically, they gave it back to Russia and Russia basically took them apart.
Yeah.
They're not really serviceable. So it's kind of it's not like they really had nuclear capabilities.
The opportunity cost is way better to just get rid of them and get the benefits.
Yeah. And I got it wrong because like one more thing I got wrong. So when I was speaking to Justin about this on our show on Money Talks, I said that they still have nukes, and apparently the official position is they're not. But here's why I said they have nukes a few days ago. So I was watching a Ukrainian TV in 2014, believe it or not, and on the pinnacle of the Ukrainian-Russian 2014 conflict, there was a politician on TV in 2014, long after the nukes were gone. There was a politician. The fuck did you go?
No, I just went to get the iPad. So I'm right here.
Okay. So in 2014, at the peak of the Russia-Ukraine Crimea issue, there was a politician on TV on Ukraine basically screaming, they just took Crimea, let's bring out our nuclear arsenal and let's bomb them to oblivion.
So that's why you thought they had nukes?
No, but I mean, he said it in 2014, so either he was drunk, B, he was an idiot, or C, they have nukes, but they just keep it quiet and he just blurted out.
Right.
So I don't know which one of these options, because this is Ukraine, nobody really knows. But yeah, that's the more questions.
Someone said, why is Tesla down? Can you talk about Tesla?
Yeah, we can talk. That's definitely on topic.
It's like the world is ending. Why is my damn electric vehicle stopped?
Where's my? It's like, Justin, where's my Model S? It's like it's so pissed off as well. It's like, man, you have first world problems, my guy. You don't understand. Like,
shout out to 390 people on the stream at 1 a.m. Really, really appreciate it. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
And hopefully we get monetized. I mean, you get monetized. Are you monetized already? Can they super chat?
Yeah, they can. We got one super chat.
Can you guys super chat for him because I demonetized his stream by cursing?
No, don't worry about super chatting, guys. It's okay.
Can we super chat as to just?
I mean, it's not like the comments need to stand out. We're getting them in real time, so I will read your comment. It's okay. Coach Rap says Go ahead, Tom.
Yes. No. Read the comment.
Coach Rap says, my point with the selective service earlier was if there is a World War III, Tom and I will be doing podcasts while you will be overseas. Please don't leave us amid. Ah, got you. Okay.
Did my camera go out?
Yeah, it went out.
I think the Zoom. That's why I never use Zoom. I do all my stuff in StreamYard because for some reason it happens again and again with Zoom.
Oh, we passed 400. Awesome. Yeah, I gotta fix the Zoom shit in the future.
Hold on, it's back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out. Can I super chat?
I mean, on your own account, yeah, you probably. Because you're live right now. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that.
Yes, I can.
Someone said, "Don't click nothing, bro." You need to get that on a T-shirt. Like, I just love that phrase. All right, let's get back more to Russia because a lot of stuff is going on right now. The capital of Russia, we're hearing is having some missiles being thrown into there, or some bombs.
Not Russia, Ukraine. But it's
sorry,
okay. You're
Ukraine.
tired, man. You're tired. It's fine.
I
get it.
Someone says 420 incoming. Yeah. I guess my question is if I'm gonna say it wrong, but if Kiev if Kiev,
you know how to say it simply without just say Kiev.
Kiev,
Like chicken Kiev. You don't need to say it in the Ukraine. They now say everything in the original pronunciation of their language. So they say Kiev. It's just fucking Kiev. Just say Kiev. They'll understand you.
If Kiev gets attacked, is
Yes.
that like bad? Because that's the capital of Ukraine. Is that like really not good? Because right now he's attacking the parts that are, quite frankly, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but it's irrelevant. Those LDR, DPR, those are irrelevant parts of Ukraine in the global scheme of things. So if he takes over those parts, and those parts kind of want Russia to come in, right? Like, I feel like it's a annexing Crimea situation in 2014 where Obama's like, hey, don't do that, and they did it. But if he goes into Kyiv,
you got a super chat from Chris.
Here's a freaking super chat. Thank you. if he goes into Kyiv, like
Kiev.
If he goes into Kiev, that's when it's full on war. I'm assuming because that's the capital of Ukraine.
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna make a. No, I'm not gonna make a prediction, but I'm retiring from predictions.
Yeah, bro, you gotta stop. You gotta stop.
So here's what's gonna happen. I think. If what I think is correct right now, he's trying to destabilize. He just needs the government to go away. He needs to take off the head, so he can replace the head with his own. Then he doesn't need to go to war.
Would it be easy to take off the head of a democracy like Ukraine? Do you think that's possible for him to actually?
It's not easy, but he has to destabilize. So how do you destabilize? First of all, you demilitarize. Basically, you go at the military and you basically take away any sort of self-defense. And now they're defenseless. They're defenseless, panic kicks in, and then hopefully for him, not for me, but hopefully he hopes for him that would create a mass exodus of the current government running away, because they would obviously naturally would fear for their life, rightfully so.
Right.
And then we have new elections, free elections, of course, democratic elections, of course, with no Russian influence, of course. And then we have a new Putin figurehead. Putin is not demonetizing, by the way. A new Putin figurehead that will be free elected, like they have it's the same thing in Belarus. Somebody mentioned this earlier when I was off stream. This is exactly what he did in Belarus. Belarus is now his. He has a figurehead there. His name is Lukashenko, and he controls it. That's exactly what he likes.
Okay. Palantir's role in this. I think the analysis is kind of simple. It's like, yeah, I think they're loading up Gotham, but I don't think that affects the stock. I mean, like, they can't talk about this stuff publicly.
No, it will have much more negative effect than. So Palantir thrives in chaos and uncertainty long term, but in any kind of geopolitical unrest, and especially in a war situation, in a country that will have massive impact on energy prices. So we know for a fact that if this continues, energy prices are going to skyrocket. We're very dangerously close to $100.
We passed 100 for Kent barrel oils tonight. Yeah.
Okay, we already passed 100.
Yep.
So every day this will continue. The price will go up, and so energy prices going up, destabilization of Europe continues. We're going to see basically every single stock under the sun that is not a safe haven stock crash. Safe haven stocks would be, the super hardcore value stuff. Pretty much Warren Buffett's portfolio. You have 2 more super chats, by the way.
Yes, Fernando, $9.99. Thank you so much. I tweeted he said, thanks for all the great info. Thank you for tuning in. I tweeted, do we hit single digits tomorrow on Palantir? Someone responded,
Probably.
No, we hit triple digits.
No,
$9.99. That's where we get the triple digits. Rohan, $5. Thank you, Amit and Tom, for your input. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rohan. 412 people. Let me make sure those numbers are accurate.
420, really?
409.
Can we get no more viewers and just keep it as 420 for the rest of the stream?
Do you think that meme of 420 will be relevant 5 years from now? I feel like it's never going to die. You think it'll die?
You're going to be 40 years old, and the kids, when I'm 60 and you're 40, are going to be saying, what the fuck is 420? It hell you talking
Bro,
about?
could you imagine
Old man.
you're 60 and I'm 40 and we're live streaming on YouTube?
I'm still gonna look 25 when I'm 60, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you
yo,
right now.
when you said you were 40, I did not believe you. I was like, you look like
Yeah.
you're 22 or 26. Or
I'm
something.
like Rob Lowe. I'm never gonna age. It's just the genetics, bro.
Rob Lowe is an actor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
One more super chat from a friend of the show, Juan Valdez.
Juan, appreciate, man. Love the live. You guys are killing it. Really, really appreciate it, Juan. Thank you for doing that. 4:30.
What?
We got 4:30. Very cool.
By the way, if you are not yet subscribed to Code Strap, he's been commenting a lot.
I'm gonna show his channel one more time. I already showed his channel, but I'm gonna load it up again. This guy's
It's the kind of channel that smart people would watch. It's not for general population. Only like hardcore tech interested or Palantir geeks would watch his stuff. It's super professional.
Yeah.
He's not gonna be Palantiring to the moon. There's no clickbait. It's just very technical and probably the best tech breakdown of Palantir I've ever seen so far. I've learned so much from his channel, bro, about stuff I had no idea about.
This video is Palantir's Mode Explained. Phenomenal.
Yeah,
And he has chapters in it. So.
And he did a really good interview with Jay, by the way. Shout out to Jay. He did a really good interview with Jay.
Yeah.
Big fan of his work. If you're not yet subscribed, you should. I think, Coach Shop, can you comment on the stream? I think we have an interview set up on my channel, right? I think we have it on the books as well. I think it is 100%. I'm going to make a prediction. I'm at least going to get one right. That Palantir is going to $9 today.
You think it? Yeah.
100%. 100%. I'm going to predict right now.
Well, I'm happy you did that because we'll be at 12
but you know
tomorrow.
why I'm doing this. You understand what I'm doing here?
Yeah,
I'm going to predict. Please screenshot this. I'm going to predict Palantir is going to $9. 100%. And if my calculations are correct, the fact that I just predicted it is going to prevent it from happening.
Hopefully.
It has to happen.
All right, more questions in the chat, more topics you guys want to explore. Dow futures, well, Tom, you can talk. Let's pull up the Dow. Futures are ugly. It's red all over. Yeah. Dow down 653 points. S&P down 83 points.
But you know why Dow is down? What's the first three letters of down? Dow.
How do you have 300,000 subscribers? Is that the analysis that, like, I swear, bro, so hold on, let me pull up the video we did today. Me, Tom.
You know the meme like the Shakespeare, but instead of Shakespeare and Romeo and Juliet, you have two beers, to beer or not to beer.
I just got what you said. Let me share my screen so you can see it as well. Unpopular opinions. So this got 5.8 thousand views. Let's look at some of the comments real quick. I was gonna say, I think
you killed it. I think this was the best podcast we've done so far.
It was awesome. I was gonna say that I think Tom, because he was a financial analyst, he gets the numbers. He gets EBITDA. He gets DCF. But the fucking like my mom, I was out to dinner with her today. She was like, "So what were you doing?" I was like, "I was on this podcast with these two people." And she was like, "Are they good?" I was like, "Well, one of them, he's just bursting with energy all the time, and it's like he like captivates people's attention." So yeah, I just think your attention. So,
I think if look, the thing is, I'm very passionate about what I have to say. And I may get things wrong sometimes, but I don't ever think that I got things wrong because I was careless about just kind of randomly spewing out shit.
Yep.
I always back up my predictions with my thinking. But like any sort of future prediction, you have the best logic. But like Barbara Tuchman said in her books, by the way, I really think you guys should read Barbara Tuchman. She explained this. There's this chaos theory, this randomness in the way things happen. It can be the most random shit. Putin might have had a bad day, bro. His wife probably told him to fuck off, and he invaded Ukraine. You know, you never know. Like we all think there's some sort of complex geopolitical shit, and we break it down. At the end of the day, it's just human beings, and they're flawed by definition. So Rebecca says, Tom, do you still think Putin is flexing? I never thought that he was flexing. What I said, in fact, I actually have a video that says Putin is not bluffing. But I said, I don't think he's bluffing. I don't think he's flexing. But I think that it will not happen because the interests are not there for this to happen. Even though nobody has leverage on him, it's not in his best interest to do it. He has better ways to get what he wants. But I was wrong because his egomaniacal aspirations to be the new Lenin I guess, are stronger. He's like the scorpion in the story of the scorpion and the tortoise. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
It's exactly the same thing.
I want to get your thoughts on something. So let's look at the S&P chart. This was in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. So this
and
was
always jumps up. Yeah, I know.
No, yeah, nothing. So what I want to show you real quick and get your thoughts. So if we look at right here, November 2013, we were at 1,700 points. January till March was the annexation. We got to 1,800 points. The market did not sell off Russia doing what they did to Crimea, primarily because I think they didn't think Crimea was a big deal. It wasn't a full invasion. Do you think the market sells this off, or do you think we rally past it because it's not a big deal?
First of all, you have a super chat. You want to read it before we continue?
Yes. Falcon, thank you for $5. Russia takes Ukraine. EU goes to Israel for energy. Putin tries to take Israel but loses badly.
Is this a parody? What? It makes no sense.
Wait, hold on. Let me read it. Russia takes Ukraine. EU goes to Israel. Message? Putin tries to take Israel but loses badly.
I don't understand this comment. What it mean? What is it? What? I mean, okay.
That would be interesting if that.
At 2 a.m. it all makes sense, bro. It's fine.
I don't know why. No, I don't know why he said Israel. Why did he say why did Israel come up? That's okay. EU goes to Israel for energy. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand this comment, but
it was worth $5. So thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the $5. So, Gabe, who are my options guy on our community. By the way, shout out to Chris Patel in the stream also. The man doesn't sleep. And also Cold Shop saying, is this a Game of Thrones? This is pretty much it, bro. But Gabe said something right now, and he's betting $1,000. I'm going to hold him to it. Gabe, if you lose, you're donating $1,000 to the community. We're going to make a creator fund for Amit and the other creators. But Gabe said something very smart. After every war, after every geopolitical unrest, there's always an immediate crash followed by a V-shaped recovery. So every war creates a crater and a bounce back. And he's right about that part. The only question is, and that's the hard part, and I've mentioned this today in our show on Money Talks, is that it's like you know this for a fact, but you don't know the timing. It's like knowing. You remember in the movie Back to the Future, where Marty had to go back to his own time, and they needed the lightning to hit the clock tower, and then they had to draw the cable from the clock tower to the DeLorean at the exact precise moment.
Yep.
So it's the same thing. We know it's good. We just don't have the time. Marty and Doc had the exact time, so they knew that they could harness that lightning. We have the exact same thing minus the time. We don't know when. So it makes it worthless. So this information that we know that's going to be a bounce back, it makes it worthless for us because we don't know when the bottom is. It will bounce back for sure. It's just we don't know when. So it's like having a bunch of weed but no lighter. It's pointless. It's meaningless.
You brought up a point right now. I got to pull up an article that I did in my video. There's a really good point of what you just talked about. So what you said is things bounce back. So everyone, this is really important to understand. Let's look at this right here. Despite near-term volatility in the wake of geopolitical events, over the past 3 decades, ranging from terrorist attacks to the start of war, stocks have tended to bounce back relatively quickly, going to what Tom said, rallying 4.6% on average in the 6 months following such crises, dating back 30 years ago and rising 81% of the time. In general, Fed policy and economic conditions tend to be more long-term drivers rather than isolated geopolitical events. Even 9/11, it was bad, and then things came back. So, if this isn't at that level of scale, and obviously, it's going to be bad, but if it's not a full-on invasion, I'm really curious if the market sells it off tomorrow. I mean, that's what I'm curious to.
No, there's going to be a sell-off. There's going to be a sell-off.
But how bad is the
for the bounce back? You know when it bounces back? When Putin is done and they have the democratic elections, and that's when people are going to go back. Okay, back to normal. As long as they're firing the weapons, this is going to be bloody. And the crazy part is, even though it's so hard to stay in the game when it's a bloodbath, history shows us that now is the worst time to sell long term.
Yeah, 100%.
Even though it's crazy, you want to get out. You say, I can't take this no more. I can't do this anymore. It's like every freaking day it's getting worse and worse. You look at your portfolio, you want to cry, right? But selling now is historically, statistically proven the worst time to sell.
And where are you going to get the money back? Let's say you're down 10,000. What asset is going to get you $10,000 back? Like, how are you going to break even, right? It's like...
Chris is saying that Fed will pause rate hikes now.
Yeah, what do you think on that? Are we pausing rate hikes? What's your opinion on that?
No, there's this whole conspiracy theory that I heard many times already, that this was orchestrated. This is a conspiracy theory. I don't subscribe to it, but they're saying the U.S. with Putin orchestrated it to slow down the markets and the economy, so they don't have to raise interest rates and screw around with the U.S. debt, which we can't afford to raise rates on.
Do you believe that?
No, I think
not even a little.
Too much credit.
Not even a little.
Because you're giving people too much credit. Read Barbara Tuchman's books, bro. You're giving people too much, these elaborate schemes, geopolitical conspiracies. There's so many moving parts. It's just, at the end of the day, he's just a fucking crazy ass motherfucker, 70-year-old, delusional.
Wait, he's 70? How old is Putin?
Yeah. Yeah, he's in shape. He's a master of sports.
Bro, he looks like he's 40 or 50 max.
Putin is like me. He doesn't age really.
Putin is 69 years old.
Yeah,
he's doing this for his 69th birthday, bro.
First of all, he has a girlfriend who's like 35 or 36, half his age. And she's a gymnast, which means she's very flexible. He has to be, I guess, to match her flexibility. And they were talking about sanctioning the girlfriend. I was like, you saw in my video, I was like, what are they going to do? Block him on Tinder? So they have to come up with a new name. My name is Vladimir Putin.
Yo, you think Putin
he's on Tinder for sure, bro.
Do you think he do you think he gets do you think he makes his girl do sexual stuff on days where he acts more aggressive? Like when do you think his masculinity is this whole reason why he's doing so he's getting head right now?
I'm sure when they have sex, she has to put on a Lenin mask or something like this, bro. Or she has to call him Papa Stalin.
Bro, he watches you know how they put on sexual music in the background, like romantic music? This motherfucker puts on a Lenin documentary.
The USSR anthem.
Yo, Putin comes to them. Okay, a couple of super chats. Savvy D sent a sticker for $5.
She's like, Stalin me hard, daddy. We're getting demonetized so bad.
No, we can't get demonetized. We're not saying any bad words.
No, we just... Oh, you have two more sticky chats.
Yeah, sticker, Savvy, $5. Thank you. Gabriel, your boy. Tom, are we betting rules pound tier above $9 for 30 days?
I'm not betting on price action. I couldn't care less about price action. I just said about tomorrow, Gabe. I said tomorrow it's going to be below 90. Hey, below 90. Tomorrow, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Chill. It's 2 a.m. It's okay.
Wait, it's not 2 a.m. where you're at, Tom. Can you give us some information where you are at?
It's actually 2 a.m. where I'm at.
Oh, really?
Give you a clue. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But I'm not where you think I am.
Yo, if you're in Ukraine right now and that's how you have all this inside info, that'd be wild.
Stalin. No comment. Anyways, so Gabe, when I said about strictly tomorrow Palantir is going to be below 9. What happens in the next 30 days, I neither know or care or able to predict. I just honestly don't know. With Palantir, I don't care about price action. Like Amit also, he doesn't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
We don't obsess about that. But thank you for the $2 donation, you cheap motherfucker. Never mind.
Shout out to 470 people at 2 a.m. You know me, Kevin is live right now, and you want to know how many people he has?
I don't care.
I kind of care. He has 24,000 people. That's crazy, bro. The fact that we have 470 right now, I love it. It's amazing. Awesome stuff. And
if we would have done this on my channel, we'd probably gotten 3,000 or 4,000.
Oh, of course. I mean, half of these people are from you, so let's never forget.
But I want to see your channel grow. I want to. Can we get the mid to 10,000 already? Come on, man. Why is it? I want to see you double digits. It's gonna be funny if tomorrow Palantir goes single digits, your channel goes double digits at the same time, and you're gonna wave to each other. Woo! Alex Scarp is on the way down. He's on the way up. High five!
Stalin me later, baby, bruh. Oh, I feel like talking more about Putin's sex life. To be honest, I just want to is he 35?
Why? That's the real question. Why? I'm okay, man.
Putin girlfriend. Let's look at this. I don't know. I'm just.
She looks good. She's a gymnast, former gymnast, very famous in Russia. Her name is Alina, and she's
Swiss media reveals he has a baby.
He definitely,
Yo, this girl is bad.
No, but they don't. Look at the picture with him on the horse. I mean, he has clout. Look at the horse naked picture.
What horse? What are you talking? Oh,
I mean, he has except for a 70-year-old, bro. So he's in shape. I mean,
look at this guy.
So
whoa. This guy.
So they said 70 years old, man.
This guy is invading Ukraine, bruh.
So you know that they said earlier that they're gonna. They didn't say her name when they said they're gonna sanction Putin's girlfriend, but I immediately thought that they're gonna sanction the horse. Because I was like, are they gonna block the horse's Tinder? Like, they're gonna. Oh man!
All right, back to Russia. All right, I think let's do this for like maybe 15 more minutes.
Can we get a clip of Putin riding a bear for sure? There must be a clip. I don't know.
So let's do questions for the next 15 minutes, guys, because I think we covered everything about. I mean,
let's do questions.
Russia, Palantir, talked a little bit about Tesla. Yeah, just questions for the next 15 minutes. Appreciate everyone here, 390 people.
And the super chats to remonetize the stream because I fucked it up. I'm sorry.
Can you? Oh boy.
It's too late, man.
Putin is like which one? Code Strap says I have access to a keyboard now. You guys are better than Kevin. Whoa, we got a super chat from Alex Poog, $20. Thank you so much.
Can we have a standing ovation for Alex?
I appreciate that, Alex. Means a lot.
Alex, thank you for this. Amit really appreciates it. Maybe he can buy himself a razor. Okay, next.
Yo, hold on. I'm going to find a picture of me without a beard and show it live because I don't think you guys want to see me without a beard. It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
I was just kidding.
The beard looks good.
Okay, so Ski and Travel with me is asking, please talk about, it's actually a good question, about what is actually happening, what scale of invasion are predicted. So I'll tell you what I think will happen and what seems to be happening is I don't think Putin really wants to wage war on the streets of Kiev and basically have an urban war with tanks demolishing buildings and such. That's going to be counterproductive. What he's trying to achieve is something really interesting. He wants to get, because he surrounds Ukraine, he has them cornered from the north, from the east. So he wants to completely demolish their defenses, like the perimeter defenses, anti-aircraft missiles, Air Force, the tanks, and basically cripple the Ukrainian army so he doesn't have to wage war on the streets. And then when he does that, he's going to basically roll in with his guys to peacekeep, just to ensure peace. And when I say peace, I mean PIECE, peace of Ukraine. And then he's just basically going to say, well, it's time for new elections in Ukraine. We're going to elect probably some guy he promotes. And that's how it's going to be over.
Yo, real quick update. Chris just said Russia's bombing the airports in Ukraine. I'm about to go on Twitter right now.
I don't think it's the civilian airports. I think it's Air Force. There's you have $1.
Thank you for the $1, Kinoi Borge. Really appreciate that.
No, it's a Kinoi. It's Kioni. I think Kioni Borge. Do we know is this credible?
Yeah, this account is very credible. This account is very credible. I know this account.
It's credible. What is being bombed? Can we get some context on this?
It's an airport. Let me
look it up also on my end.
Airport.
This is bad. You have one more from Kioni Borge.
Kioni Borge is Alex Karp, Josh Koshek's father. $2. Thank you for that. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume no.
It would be a really interesting question to ask Alex. Maybe in the next earnings call.
Several airports included Kiev, Borispil, Nikola.
It's not Kiev. It's Kiev. Just
Bro,
say Kiev.
I'm just gonna say the K part of Ukraine. It's too early for this. Ukraine's okay. This is a better one. Ukraine's Central Military Command reports Russia bombed several airports. Kharkiv military airport is burning. Kharkiv. Oh, it's a military airport. Okay, so it's not
No,
a.
that's what I said. That's exactly what I said. They don't. I don't think there's a. They will. I mean, it might happen, but I think he's trying to limit. If he limits this to just the military, it's not as bad of a look for him.
Russia's index is down 11%, and they closed stock trading for Thursday. Moscow closed stock trading for Thursday.
You know what sucks? If the EU and the US decides to stand up to Russia and just send military over there, this is all going to stop. I mean,
no, but that's going to be a nuclear war, right? Like that's this whole mutually. That's what they should do that, but that it's
if
like
I'm talking like if you're Ukrainian and you're sitting there, it's like why are they not helping us? I'm sure that's what they're thinking. Why are these fuckers are not helping us? Because like Biden's saying, oh, the world is praying for Ukraine. Yeah, okay. Only Russia is responsible. Okay, so that's fine, great. Russia is responsible, and you're praying. Thank you for that. You know, I'm sure. I'm just kind of giving you the way Ukrainians, I think, are feeling about this. You know, when you're sitting in your home and there's bombs flying around by an evil dictator who's trying to take over your country, and nobody's helping. It's kind of you being bullied, and there's like big kids, big football players around, and just watching you get bullied, and they're not helping. You know what I mean?
It's different from the Middle East, though, because some of those countries, they want the United States to intervene, but they also don't because they're like, the United States are state. Like, that was Trump's whole message, right? Like, America first, let's not invade, let's not intervene. But this is less about intervening, you're saying. This is more about saving a country. Hopefully not under the guise of, we're like false saviorship, like they did in Iraq in 2001. But again, it's just, you know, if Russia gets pissed off.
He has one goal right now. He needs this pro-Western government, Zelensky, gone. Once he gets that, I think he doesn't need to fire one more bullet. And I think like the fact that Zelensky stayed and didn't run away, this was what basically he said, okay, fuck it, I'm just going to go harder.
Right.
He just needs his own government. And it's so sad to see this happen. It's like the one time I'm so fucking pissed off I was wrong. He actually did this. He was crazy enough to do this, bro.
Do you think if Trump was in office to be as neutrally political as possible, do you think a Trump administration would have allowed this?
Well, Trump allowed Crimea, and he didn't step in.
No, but that was Obama. That was 2014, right?
That was Obama?
Crimea was 2014. Yeah, that was Obama.
Okay. So we won't know. I don't know. He says that, I mean, Trump is obviously will say no. He would never allow this. But Trump's record shows a lot of pro-Russian behavior, so I don't know. I mean, it's pointless to guess. Who knows? I don't know. Somebody says Putin is a double agent. That would make a lot of sense, bro. Think about it. Every time we need somebody to bail us out from our own like issues, like economy and inflation and stuff like that, he's always there. He's like Putin is like what's the name of the insurance company?
Geico?
He's like State Farm, like a good neighbor. Putin is always there.
Like a corrupt dictator. Putin is always there.
Whenever you need a tyrant to distract you from the economy and inflation, Putin, like a good neighbor, is always there. Oh man, my people like it sounds so weird. You have a guy with this heavy Russian accent making such a culturally US based jokes. The cognitive dissonance drives people insane.
Yeah. Global commodity prices. Most of the stuff is up.
Commodities tend to go up
in
conflict. By the way,
can you explain why? Why does that happen?
Yeah, shortages. Oil goes up. Disruptions, shortages. People stocking up on food. What's the first thing you do if there's a war in your country? You stockpile everything, bro. If as a company and as an individual, you buy food. You take out all the money from the banks. You basically you prepare for the wars, right? And you create a lot of pressure. Supply chains are built when people are not trying to basically stockpile shit. Even the monetary system. If everybody goes right now to the bank and tries to take out 20% of their money immediately, it's going to collapse our banking system.
If he's successful, do you think China pulls some stuff with Taiwan?
it's going to be way more complicated, but it definitely sends a bad message to China. China has Taiwan is not going to be as easier of a target as Ukraine, number one, as far as geographically and military strategies, just talking plainly. It's heavily militarized and it's protected by sea. It's complicated, number one. Number two, the U.S. has deeper interests in Taiwan than in Ukraine. The entire ship industry of the U.S. is basically dependent on TSMC. So it's worse than oil. It's like when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and we'll go to war for chips at this point. It's more important than oil. And number three, it definitely sends a message to China. Hey, yeah, they're a little bit soft. It's like on you play football, right? And you see this team ranked number one, and then somebody exposes them a little bit. Like, okay, they're not that scary. So it kind of sends the message of a little bit of an impotence from the West.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Dirk Diggler, super chat, $5. Keep it up a bit. I gotta work late night tomorrow because of this Russia-Ukraine mess. I'm loading the boat on Palantir once the market opens. Dirk, I don't know if you want me to tell what you do for a living, so I'm not gonna say that.
Can you tell me what he does for a living on private chat?
Yeah, I can tell you. But this stuff.
Can anybody guess in the chat? Just let's throw out random guesses in the chat before he goes. What do you think he's doing for a living? I'm gonna start. I'm gonna say he's a gigolo.
He's a jiggler?
Gigolo.
What's a gigolo?
A gigolo is the guy who dates older women for money.
Why would he? What did he send that got you to think he's a gigolo?
His name, Dick Diggler. It sounds like a gigolo name.
First of all, it's Dirk Diggler. It's not Dick Diggler.
Yeah. Oh, is that Dick Diggler? Oh, sorry. I thought it was Dick Diggler. sorry, Dick. Dirk. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Somebody says trucker. Okay. You can DM me what he does for a living.
Wait, let me check his Twitter real quick because I think he's public with it on Twitter.
Shoe salesman, L. Bundy, nice. Carps, hairstylist, juggler.
Hold on, is he public in it on Twitter?
Quagmire, I don't think he works.
He's in Singapore. That's public on his Twitter. So that's one thing to know. And he loves Palantir.
News reporter.
Not news reporter, but.
Crisis team, Omega Lol. What the fuck is an Omega Lol? I want to be that.
Shout out to 434 people at 2:03 a.m. in the morning. This is insane.
Talking about Dick Diggler's job description, bro. Nurse, cybersecurity specialist, military, Putin's financial advisor. Did you DM me what he does actually for a living?
I'm about to. I'm actually just setting up this webcam real quick. Video capture, 1 sec.
Pole dancer. He is Putin. That's interesting. Putin's girlfriend. With this name, probably. Dick Diggler. Army, maybe.
Give me 1 sec, guys. 1 sec. This is loading up. 1 sec.
10 in the morning. For ski and travel.
I know it's a blank screen right now, guys. Give me 1 sec. Loading up the new web.
There's so many interesting suggestions about what he is. Jack Lope FPV says Tom Nash. Gigolo is accurate. Dirk Diggler is a character from parody porn movie. Oh shit! You hear this?
What?
Somebody says that Dirk Diggler is the name of a character from a parody porn movie. So that's why when I said gigolo, it actually makes sense.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Sean says, boy, you were wrong, Tom. Like, damn, you were wrong. I mean, you're beating a dead horse, my guy. We all know this. I mean, there's no... we know. It's like, I'm going to change my channel name to I Was Wrong.
Guys, I'm adding something real quick. Give me 1 sec. I'm just adding the scene in. We'll be back in 1 second. Scene... Oh, here we go. Perfect. Scene... Add existing, new webcam. Okay. And then we have to add scene.
And this is work for Palantir sales.
No, that's not. He does not work for Palantir sales.
The fuck? So the moment this thing's over, I think this is the beginning of the rally. The moment they finish this, we're gonna see the push-up.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
might take a while. It might take a while, bro.
how long do you think it's going to take for Palantir to rally long term for it to happen?
I mean, you can tell Tom on the side. Yvonne says, was looking for Tom and realized he's here. It sounds like I owe Yvonne money. I was looking for Tom. Finally, he's here. Tom, you owe me $50.
All right, they can't see anything. Give me Tom. Be entertaining. Give me 1 minute. I'm just switching it back to the main thing. Oh, I think they can see something now. Hold on. I think we got it.
When you say Tom, be entertaining, it's like, no problem. So I'm gonna tell you a little joke. I had a professor in university who was teaching us family law, and this professor, it's not a joke, it's actually a story. So, and he was telling us basically about the survey, which was really interesting. They were asking young couples who are about to get married, hey, can you name the precise percentage of divorces? How many marriages do you think end in divorce? And they asked this young couple who's about to get married, and they did like a whole survey. Almost close to 100% of the couples said 50%. They all knew the stats, right? Everybody knows that 50% of marriages end in divorce. And then second question was, okay, so you're about to get married. What's the likelihood of your marriage ending in a divorce? And you know what they all said? 0%. And the moral of the story is that even though we understand the numbers and even though we understand statistics, at the end of the day, human beings are emotional creatures, and we will let our emotions get the best of us, no matter how much we try to rationalize this and pretend as if it's some sort of analytical decisions. So that's why when you look at what Putin is doing, even though it makes no sense whatsoever from any geopolitical, economic, any sort of rational analysis, he's just basically driven by an emotional need to be. I think he has a savior complex. He needs to be the new manifestation of Lenin. And that's pretty much what's dragging millions of people into the brink of war for no reason whatsoever. It's very sad. Somebody says, Tom, you're the man. Thank you, I appreciate it.
This thing is stupid. It's only showing your face right now, so you're talking. They can't see me, but at least they can hear me, so I'm here.
What happened with your camera?
I tried to switch the camera, and then this is stupid.
Why did you try to?
Because.
Okay, tell me.
Because the other camera wasn't working as well, so I was like, alright, let me switch to the better camera. And then it just got...
Serge is asking, Tom Nash, а как тебя зовут по-нашему? You my face, surely. He's asking me in Russian. So, what is your name, like for real in Russian? Timofey? You will ask. No. My real name, you ready for this? If we get 400 people back in the stream, I'll let you know No, I'm just kidding. My name is, you ready for this? My name is Slim Shady. My name is Vladimir Putin. Man, I'm not telling you my name on stream. You crazy?
You're so secretive, bro. You're so
You don't know where I am. You know how many people started these conspiracy theories about me being a deep fake? What time is it? It's 2:15 a.m. My goodness.
2:15, technical difficulties, camera totally is fucking up. 360.
You can be like the producer in the background. It's my show now. I've taken over your show. I've put in your show.
You've literally
I've invaded Amit's channel, and now I'm on a peacekeeping mission on Amit's channel. I've canceled Amit.
The fact that we have 368 people and they stayed through all this nonsense I'm going through with the camera is phenomenal.
Okay, so I'll tell you a funny joke. So have you ever heard of not a joke, an actual thing that happened? Have you ever heard the name Pushkin? Greg in the chat just said his name. Pushkin is for all the Russian people in the chat. Pushkin, they know who it is, but he was the most famous Russian author, or I don't know how to define him. Yeah, he wrote books and shit and poems and whatever. So author, I guess. Most famous Russian ever in literature. Very iconic character, Pushkin. And on our when I was 12 years old, on we had a group of friends in Russia, and one of the friends we called Pushkin because he looked like Pushkin. And it gotten so bad that for 3 years we called him Pushkin, from when we were 9 until 12, that we all forgot his real name. Nobody remembered his real name, bro. So how did we find out that we forgot his real name? Is in Russia when you go, we don't, like, everybody lives in apartment buildings, so you go up to call the kid to come down to play. So you ring the bell on the door. There's this little bell, the intercom. You go to each apartment. So we come up to the door of his house. We ring the buzzer of his apartment, and then his mom says yes, and we say, hey, can you tell? And then we for something to come down, and then we realize we don't know his name. It's like we can't tell his mom is fucking Pushkin. It's like, how we we're standing there trying to figure out how we should explain to her what we want, because we can't say, hey, can you tell Pushkin to come down? And nobody remembered his freaking name, bro.
Bro, I have an idea. That's a great story. I'm gonna join through my phone, and I'll be on.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
let's do it.
Let's do it. Join with video.
When you leave, you have to make me host. Oh, you're back.
Yo, we fixed it. Hopefully, there's no echo.
No echo.
No echo.
You look so ghetto right now. You look like a reporter from the Ukrainian border. Can we get like a helmet for you and one of those press shirts? You know what I mean?
Bro, I'm getting fat, yo. Like, I'm not working out as much as I need to. I'm getting fat. 365 people. We're about to get this bitch back to 400. Damn, I said the bad word. I said bitch. Wow. I can't believe 350 people stayed through all that mess we were going through. For that, we're going to stay up for another 3 hours and live stream until 10 a.m.
No, we're not going to do this. We need to get some sleep. We need to get some sleep soon. But we'll stay on for you guys, because this is some major shit.
All right,
it's kind of fun to go through this together. The horrendousness of this.
That was my thing. It's like the fact that this is happening at night. This is just like stuff that happens in the morning is interesting to go through with. Tom, have you ever visited Ukraine? Have you been there ever in your life?
Many times. Yeah, many times.
Okay.
I was there with my grandma. So my grandma used to be a tourist guide. So as a kid, since I was 7 years old, I would go on these crazy trips with her all across Russia. Like, and when I say Russia, I mean like USSR, Russia.
Right.
So I think we went on 15, 16 different crazy trips with her. She would just take me. Imagine the responsibility. Like, you have your job, and you're responsible for like a group of 20 people, and you bring a 6 or 7 year old with you. I don't think I appreciated how tough it was for her to do this.
Right.
And now I understand, but back then I took this for granted. So she's no longer alive. I can tell her this now, but I remember some of my... Bro, we went on this trip once. In Russia, you have these trains that go for days and days and days. You're on the train, you don't get off the train. And I just remember this fucking... just being on the top bunk for like 3 or 4 days, going across Russia with this fucking group, and it was so much fun. It's like, when you're a kid, you don't know that these are the good times.
Right.
And they'll never... You know what I mean? You don't know, and now, 30 years later, I can appreciate how much amazing that was, but... Man, I missed that. And she took me on cruises. We went on a cruise. My grandma was a fucking amazing lady, bro. Diabetic as fuck, but so fucking... She was brutal, bro. She was in prison.
For what?
For 2 years. Political stuff. She was a lawyer. She was a prosecutor. And she had some political disagreements with the guys in charge, and they put her in prison for 2 years.
Wow.
No. She was a badass, man. She wasn't... she was married briefly, but she was so fucking... she was so vicious and high energy. You can see me. Like, she was like that. She couldn't be in a relationship, bro. You have one more super chat from Jointy5.
I cannot see it. Can you read it? Because I cannot see it at all.
Yeah, it says, don't know if I'm late. Looks like tanks crossed the border. Yeah, Jointy, we see
Yeah,
this.
Russian tanks, thank you for the super chat, are reportedly approaching Kharkiv.
You know how to say this properly? That's the Ukrainian way of saying this. The proper way is Kharkov.
Kharkov.
Yeah, that's how Russians say it. Russians don't say Kharkiv, just Kharkov. It's like Lvov. We say Lvov. They say Lviv. Kiev and Kiev. Just say it with the Russian way. It's easier. Pretty soon you'll have to at this point.
Yeah, if we're covering this stuff. Oh boy.
Hasn't Tom Nash previously said he was born in Ukraine? So I was born actually on. I won't tell you which city because it will give away a lot. But I was born in a city that has on the beach. It's a beach city, very famous in Russia. All the vacation. It's like the vacation town of Russia, and it's on the Black Sea. It's in Crimea. So I come from this region that's now it's Crimea. So it's kind of Russian and Ukrainian. It's a disputed area. So I'm kind of in the middle of this.
Someone has a question. Tom, can you explain what Putin means that he's going to get rid of the Nazis when he said he's going to denazify?
Yeah, I understand. So this is Russian rhetoric, very famous. So in Russia, it has different meaning than what you would think in the West. In Russia, we don't call Nazis Nazis. In Russia, when we want to talk about the World War II Nazis, we call them fascists. Like fascisty. When we say fascisty, we mean like the 1940s Nazis. We don't say Nazis. When he says denazify, he doesn't compare Ukraine to German Nazis. He's talking about a government that's against its own people.
Right. I thought it was like rhetoric that's propaganda at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's propaganda rhetoric, but it doesn't mean what you guys think because in Russia, Nazis doesn't mean the same thing. It's just if he wanted to refer to 1940s Nazis, he would say fascists. Fascist. Right. It's different in Russia, but it's just empty propaganda rhetoric.
Juan, thank you for $5 super chat. 300. He said, "I feel you, bro. We need to appreciate people while they are alive." 1,000%.
I fuck with that a lot, bro. The first time I saw death up close, I was in the 3rd grade. The girl I had a crush on in my school in Russia died, and we all went to her funeral.
Wow.
In my classroom. Like when I talk about this was like, I have goosebumps. I'm 40 years old. I'm talking about something that happened when I was like 8 or 7. I have goosebumps now. I remember like the funeral. It's really fucking me up right now.
How did she die? How did she die?
I don't remember, but I remember just the tragedy of this hitting me so hard, bro. I was so fucking. I talk about this now, like literally, it's not just going next to me. I haven't talked about this in a long time. So, yeah, people who die, like, you can't get it back.
Let me ask you a bit of a philosophical question. You haven't really seen much of the philosophical side of me. But one of my theses on life is to be motivated by your mortality. How do you conceptualize, given you're turning 40 years old, average people, I mean, if we're just being brutally honest, live up to 72, 80. I'm going to have to deal with it one day. You're going to have to deal with it eventually. How do you deal with the fact that you're getting to the mid years of life? You know, just to get brutally deep at 2 a.m. in the morning. How do you think about death in general?
Well, I had all the money saved up for my midlife crisis, but Palantir fucking took it all away.
This is why you have 300,000 subscribers. This is why he makes the big bucks, because he'll take my deep ass question and he'll turn it into nonsense.
No, I you know what I do? You know who's good at doing this? Avoiding serious questions with jokes? Will Smith.
Yeah.
Whenever they ask him a serious, he has a bailout of a joke.
But Will Smith is one of the best motivational speakers I've seen in my life. Amazing.
That's true.
Amazing.
That's true. But he's really good at somebody says deep fake story. You're talking about my story? No, it actually happened, bro, unfortunately. I even remember her name to this day. I'm not going to say it on air. But I remember it was really brutal. I mean, as a 7-year-old, you don't want to experience death up close like that. So, Greg is saying, Russians, we don't age, we level up. How do I deal with this, like on a serious level? How do I deal with this? I don't, man. Like you'll see when you hit 40, you kind of just you don't really think about it. The older you get, the younger it seems that your parents were at this age. It's kind of crazy. You think that 40 years old, you hit 40 and then you say, well, this is not old. It's
Right.
kind of the brain plays tricks on you. You know what
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean?
But how do you think of
Yeah.
death in general? Are you trying to leave a legacy before you die? Are you like, I'm just trying to have a good time, then I'll be out? Like, how do you think of the end?
I'm gonna go out in the bang, bro. There's this song, and that was done in the '90s. It's called "24 Hours" by all of the people like Puff Daddy and Nas, not Nas, sorry, the what was his name, Mace, and all the like the people from like his side, 24 Hours, and everybody gives like a verse, their version, how they would live if they had 24 hours to live, what would they do? And it's we can't play it, we're gonna get demonetized, but it's also very graphic.
I think I've heard this
But
song before.
it was never like it was just on the CD. It was never on MTV on shit. Like it's just too vulgar, bro. I think that at the end of the day, I'm just trying to focus on being a good parent. That's kind of my main concern at this age because my kids are so young. I'm trying to figure out how I can set them up to be really good human beings. It's not easy because they're surrounded by crap more than we were as kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, for example, I'll tell you what I mean. So, my youngest, he's 4 years old, and he has these tantrums where he just cries and he's out of control. Like every 4-year-old has those. And I just saw a lecture on TED, guy explaining, well, when you're trying to reason with kids when they tantrum like this, and I have 3 kids, so I should know this, right? But I didn't. Because like I have 2 girls and they were really chill.
Hold on, before you continue, I love the combination of 2 girls and a boy. I'm hoping I get that. I think it's because the guy needs to grow up with a lot of feminine energy to not turn into an asshole. Like, and I think I think 2 girls is great. If I had 3 boys, that would be rough. I do not want to have that much testosterone.
I see your point, but yeah, they and also they love him and they really like he looks up to them.
He's the youngest, right?
Yeah, he's the youngest. He's like he's the prince of the house, so to speak. So basically, and he was saying, the guy on this lecture, he was saying, well, when they tantrum like this, they can't fucking hear you. They're in a fucking closed cell. They're in a bubble. They can't hear you. They just fucking lips move, and you're trying to talk to them, but they can't fucking hear you.
Right.
It's just, and if you just get more aggressive, they just get scared. And I said, eventually, if you keep behaving like this, instead of just giving them a hug and waiting for them to relax, you're going to create adults that find peace in substance abuse because they won't be able to relax themselves in any natural ways, and you're going to be driving them to substance abuse and external things to relax themselves.
Right.
And I saw this, I was like, I don't know if this is 100% true, but oh my God. And then immediately I started using this at home, and I was like, whenever my kid would throw a tantrum, I'd just hug him. Even if he was completely like wrong and off base and I knew that he was fucking up. And the speed at which it would diffuse the situation was insane. And I was already an experienced parent. Like I had two kids before, and I was like, oh shit. So I'm always...
Love is powerful. Love cures a lot.
No, but I'm always obsessing about like, am I going to go down in history on my family as a bad parent or not? Like that's my biggest fear. My kids grow up and say, oh, my dad was an asshole. That would be like, that's the only thing I'm obsessing about.
And would you obsess about that because you had a bad relationship with your dad? You thought he was an asshole?
I thought he was a little bit of an asshole, but he was a good dad. But I don't want that to be said on me. I want them to say he was an amazing dad all through and through. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Nobody
Dirk
cares about this in the chat. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
No. Code Strap just said, are you talking about reason with kids? He's saying that sarcastically. Dirk Diggler, super chat, life is simple. We just choose to complicate it. Thank you for the $5. Yeah. I mean, but like the problem is we all have to die. That's the problem, right? Life is amazing. It's super fun, but it comes to an end. And I think that creates an existential crisis for us that we have to conceptualize. And we either use church, religion, parenting, something to save us. YouTube, right? We got to save ourselves from feeling like it doesn't mean anything.
And you know what they say? The graveyards are full of people who were irreplaceable. Like we all are fucking interchangeable human beings. Anyways, I don't know. It's 2:30 a.m. You want to go to sleep?
No, not really, but I know you do. Rich K says, before I went to bed, you were on YouTube Live. When I wake up, you're on YouTube Live. That means you went to sleep 5. Wait, I started at 10 o'clock. 11, 12, 1.
Wow.
It's almost 5 hours. That's awesome.
How long have you been going, bro?
I started at bro, you know why I started it? Because I'm live streaming next week. So I was like, let me do a little test to know how to live stream. I saw Russia was invading Ukraine. I was like, all right, let's talk about that. And then like 200 people showed up in like 10 minutes. I was like, well, we have an audience. Let's talk. Let's leave the final comments before you leave. What is it? Someone said this is important. They were talking about your parenting stuff that you're talking about. Pushing P says hopefully Russia will take a beating from this one. The world should stop trading with Russia until they become poor. The problem is the EU is dependent on their energy, so that's just not going to happen.
You know what I found really strange is I have a barrage of comments on my latest video about Putin where I said that I don't think he's going to invade, despite everything that's going on from like. I think it was 2 days ago, and people were like, "Oh, Tom, you were wrong, ha 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 ha." And like, this isn't the stock market. It's like people's lives here. I mean, I was wrong, but it's not a good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the one says I already won, where I said he's not gonna invade. So you can go comments and go by latest comments, and you'll see what I mean. It's like I was definitely wrong, but I mean, people are. Where is this? Yeah.
This video didn't age well. They were commenting from 15 minutes ago. That's what they're commenting.
This video aged badly. You spent only thinking about this, double down, and it went wrong. Thanks, Tom. I was like...
It's so weird. These people, they just want to throw this. Like, it doesn't. I don't know what value happens when you say this type of stuff.
No, I don't mind. What's bothering to me is not it's fine. I was wrong, but it's like they treat it as a game.
Yes, that's what I'm. Yes.
So like, oh, you were wrong, haha. Jokes on you, motherfucker. This is people's lives. I really did not want to be wrong on this, and the fact that I am, it's actually very sad. You have kids over there, bro, that thought they're going to school like tomorrow morning, and they can't, and. It's like imagine your country being overrun by a dictator who's going to basically turn you from a democracy into a fucking totalitarian state. And that's not. I mean, that's one. I mean, it sucks to be wrong on this one. I don't think it's like, oh, this didn't age well kind of moment.
Yeah.
We can do this with Tesla and Palantir because that's just money. But with Ukraine, I always like when I read these comments, I'm like, come on, man. It's like real life shit here. It sucks that I got it wrong. I'm really hoping not to.
Someone said, guess it was the ramblings of a madman.
Yeah, probably. But at the end of the day, it's like Midwest cannabis is saying war is horrible, and me predicting there's not going to be a war and getting it wrong is not. It's not a good time to joke about it. I feel like it's really bad.
I agree.
And
the other thing about being a content creator is people want your perspective in the moment. At the moment, 2 days ago, it was relevant for you to release a piece of content with your thoughts, and you said what you said. And the prediction being right or wrong in this situation, I don't think is necessarily the key.
That's the one prediction I never wanted to get wrong because I was really maybe I was on hopium. You know what I mean? Because I was so emotionally desiring for it not to happen. Maybe I got hoped into this prediction.
Yeah.
Coach Rep says allegedly. Ski and Travels, he is basically quoting Barbara Tuchman. Tom, I think he says Tom, your problem in your predictions is that you use rationality. The world ain't working like that. That's Barbara's whole life research. Barbara Tuchman has a career saying that. And
much
Juan
love
says,
to
love
Juan.
seeing this side of you guys. Much love, Rose.
People are saying this. Go ahead.
They're just saying if it makes him wonder if Kathy sold because of this.
Yeah, I was gonna read that.
I don't know. You think? Maybe, but she's not a trader though. She's not. At least not. She doesn't say she is.
I was listening to Kevin's analysis on the Palantir stuff, and he's been covering Kathy, I think, more than all of us for the past 2 years.
Is he still on live, by the way?
Yeah, he has. I think he has 25K. I'm still alive.
That man doesn't sleep.
Yeah, and his point is he still alive? Yeah, he's still alive. 25,000. His point was he said in that video he's thinking of initiating a position in Palantir, and he literally can't figure out why Kathy sold. And I'm like, look, say what you want about Kevin, but this guy's analyzed every single syllable she has said over the past 2 years, and if he can't come up with a good reason for why she sold, I don't think we're gonna be able to. This is the I have no clue what's going on with that. Absolutely no clue.
What do you think about Mid Kevin's thumbnail?
It's a good thumbnail. I like the green now. He's switching it up. I like the instead of the pink, it's the green. It's
he seems really terrified.
Yes. It's
For those of you who haven't seen the thumbnail, can we show it?
Yeah, they can see it now. It's like he's scared. He looks scared and green.
He looks terrified, bro.
How many subscribers is Strongman Personal Finance at now? He's at 4.79K. Yeah. He's more.
He let me know on DMs. He's like, when I'm done with Jeremy, I'm coming after you again. And I said, no problem, go crazy.
Coach Trap said he's heading out. See you later, Coach Trap. Chris Mateo, do you guys think Gotham is working overtime? I think Gotham is being loaded up right now heavy to get some intelligence. I mean, like, if it's not, then it's bad news for us because it's like this is the point of that damn software. Market Scraper says, I agreed with Tom's argument. Why wouldn't they invade? I also didn't understand the divide between separatists and Ukraine. Still don't, but it's definitely complicated. Agreed. Magic Fruit Bat.
We don't know jack shit though.
I would be way more concerned if China decided to move into Taiwan. That would be a true World War III scenario.
You know what? You didn't put me on the thumbnail, bro. We could have had Kevin's numbers. I'm telling you right now.
I didn't know you were coming. Yeah.
It's a good thumbnail though. I like your thumbnail for unpopular opinions today.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit better at making them. So I made it in like 5 minutes.
You're good at these raw thumbnails.
Yeah.
I can't believe I have to make another I was wrong video in a week. It's my second I was wrong. You know the jokes are going to be in the comments. I was wrong.
That'll be the shirt you sell. If you join my Patreon, you get an I was wrong shirt. That's
Bro, I'm going to make an I was wrong t-shirt.
Yeah. He's always scared in his thumbnails. Yeah, it's just we'll get people to click. Palantir's wire intelligence knew this would happen. I mean, hopefully. Juan saying goodnight. My conspiracy is that Palantir is the sole reason for Biden knowing this 2 weeks ago. Maybe. Government Department of Palantir about to grow this quarter. Yo, I mean, if they grow Q3 like crazy because of this stuff and the government's like, we really need you, that's when we would know it's bullish. But no one from Palantir would say, oh, the Russia thing is what gave us business. But we would see it in the numbers. As a dad, I appreciate that, Tom.
Nice.
What would happen to Tesla if the US and China go to war?
Not good.
Yeah, Tesla's getting destroyed. Elon Musk doesn't say anything bad about China, even though he loves his free speech, because he knows he has to play this China game correctly. He says one bad word that he's out. So,
Keone is right. I'm gonna make my video is gonna be I was wrong, and then this changing everything. This changes everything in the brackets.
You haven't been clickbaiting as much anymore. I'm really proud of that. You haven't been clickbaiting that much. It's actually
I haven't been clickbaiting at all.
Yeah,
actually,
it's good titles.
I've since I changed my thumbnails up, it's more kind of entertaining thumbnails, not really clickbaity.
Yeah.
There's no bombshells so much as now they are. Now I can't say bombshells anymore because it's like it's happening. Yeah.
All right, I think we got to end this. 307 watching. Had a high of around 450. Awesome stuff. Thank you, everyone.
Says t-shirt. Should we make a t-shirt? I was wrong.
Someone says, I need parts for my Lada. It might be hard to get them now, but they're getting cheaper at a higher. Yo, you got the YouTube community talking about Lada because no one knew what the hell that was before you.
I should be sponsored by them. I'm not even kidding you, bro. Lada, if you're watching this, send me some rubles. send me a whole lot of rubles.
How long? All right, last couple ones. How long do you guys expect this conflict to last, literally and economically? Tom, how about you answer that? I don't know.
I don't know, bro.
That should be the other thing on the shirt. I don't know, bro. No, not financial advice. I don't know.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
It's highly possible that Kathy sold Palantir just because, although she's bullish, she had to create liquidity. I think that's BS. You don't sell 30 million shares because of liquidity.
She's not a trader, bro. She doesn't. It's not. At least she doesn't say she is.
Palantir's in $9.60 in Frankfurt, Germany right now.
Look, Ivan Rusev, he got my joke. A whole lot of rubles. Nobody understood the joke. Only Ivan.
Yeah, we zoned out at that point.
Yeah, well, we said this. We said it's gonna go. Pre-market is in 2 hours, so we're gonna see probably Palantir at 9.7, 9.8.
All right, guys.
9.6.
People are hopping off. It's time. We'll see what happens. Tom, thank you for hopping on. Appreciate it.
I just want to give a shout out to Putin's girlfriend. May the Stalin be with you.
All right, that's how we end it.
Putin's
Good night,
girlfriend
everybody.
He's definitely having a tough night.
All right, we out.
He's invading Ukraine.
He's invading something. Putin's invading something tonight.
For sure.
All right, Tom.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Amit. And we'll suffer together soon, I hope. This has been fun.
All right, Tom. Thank you. Talk to you later.
Later, boys.
Bye.